Good morning, everyone. I request respected dignitaries to please come on the stage and take their seats. Uh, yeah. Once again, good morning to everyone. Now, Honorable Vice Chancellor, distinguished guests, esteemed faculty members, other dignitaries, and my dear scholars and participants, a very warm welcome to this five-day GIAN course on post-colonialism and global international relations. We have gathered here to develop a fresh understanding of global international relations. In keeping with the esteemed tradition of Aligarh Muslim University, now I request to Mr. Abdul Bashar Saab to come and recite few verses of Quran. Please come on the dais.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Amen. And the translation is: all praise belongs to Allah, the Lord and sustainer of all the worlds. He is the most gracious, the most merciful, the master of the day of judgment. You alone we worship, and you alone we turn for help. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those whom you have blessed, not of those who have incurred your anger, nor of those who have gone astray. Thanks.
Thank you, Bashar Saab. Now I kindly request Professor Muhammad Nafis Ahmed Ansari Saab, Chairperson, Department of Political Science, to come and uh, give welcome address.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, esteemed resource persons, distinguished faculty members, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, dear participants and students. It's both a pleasure and privilege to welcome you all on this inauguration of the GIAN program organized by Department of Political Science of Aligarh Muslim University. The theme that we are going to have is an intellectually rich and timely theme: post-colonialism and global international relations. First and foremost, I extend a warm, heartfelt welcome to Professor Naima Khatoon, our esteemed Vice Chancellor. Your presence is a symbol of inspiration, progress, and academic excellence. I am confident that under your visionary leadership, our institution will continue to thrive, empowering students and faculty members. Welcome you, ma'am. I extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished foreign faculty, Professor Amitabh Acharya, who is on the way, who has been traveling from the United States of America, who has a vast expertise in the deep insight that he is going to translate here with the participant. His expertise in post-colonial studies and international relations will greatly enrich our academic discourse and offer a fresh global participant to our students and scholars. I am honored to welcome our national experts, Dr. Atul Mishra from Shiv Nadar University, Dr. Rajan Kumar from JNU, and Dr. Matthew Joseph from Jamia Millia Islamia. We are really honored for the presence of these great dignitaries and experts in the field of international relations. The GIAN initiative launched by the Ministry of Education, Government of India, has an important step towards internationalizing Indian higher education and bring world-class scholars into dialogue with Indian academia. Today's program is a testament to the AMU's commitment to direct vision of engaging critically, globally, and meaningful to some of the most pressing ideas shaping our world. The topic of this program, post-colonialism and global international relations, hold a special reference in today's shifting geopolitical landscape. It compels to us to examine international politics beyond Eurocentric frameworks and to explore how historical power asymmetries continue to inform global governance, security, discourse, diplomacy, and development. Here at AMU, questions of identity and resistance reforms and global engagement have long been part of our scholarly and social fabric. In many ways, this theme resonates deeply with the intellectual legacy of our university. In institutions born out of complex encounters between colonial power and indigenous aspirations. This course, therefore, is not just academic, it is also personal, political, and profoundly relevant. I'm confident that these GIAN programs will open up vibrant spaces for learning, dialogue, and collaboration. I urge our students, research scholars, and faculty to engage actively, to question critically, and to reflect deeply. Let this be more than a lecture series. Let it be a start of continuing conversation of how the post-colonial world can reimagine and reshape the study and practice of international relations. To our dear students and participants, this is your opportunity to learn from a global perspective, to ask questions, to expand the horizon of your academic journey. I urge you all to engage fully and take maximum advantage of the sessions ahead. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks and sincere appreciation to Professor M.J. Varsi for his outstanding efforts as a local coordinator of the GIAN. I also extend my thanks to Professor Ikram Hussain, Dean Faculty of Social Sciences. Sir, your dedication, meticulous planning, and unwavering support will play a pivotal role in ensuring the smooth execution of the entire course. Now I congratulate course coordinator, Professor Mirza Asmar Beg, former Dean Faculty of Social Sciences, and a young social scientist, Dr. Muhammad Rahat Hussain, for organizing 6 days GIAN course. I hope this course will highly benefit research scholars, faculty members, and all the participants. At last, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the Ministry of Education, Government of India for supporting such initiatives, and all the colleagues and staffs who have worked tirelessly to organize this program. Once again, I welcome each one of you and look forward to a productive and intellectually stimulating program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for motivating the participants to be active and engaged in the program. Now, we have to proceed with the facilitation session. I request Professor Ikram Hussain Saab to kindly facilitate Professor Naima Khatun, our Vice Chancellor. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Professor Muhammad Nafis Ansari Sahab, Chairperson, Department of Political Science, to facilitate our Dean Social Science Faculty, Professor Ikram Hussain Sahab. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Asmar Beg Sahab to facilitate our chairperson, Professor Muhammad Nafis Ahmed Ansari Sahab. Now I request Dr. Muhammad Rahat Hassan Sahab to facilitate Professor Muhammad Jahangir Warsi Sahab, local coordinator, GIAN course, insight here with our participants. Please, sir, come on with that. there is a bit change in this. Now I invite Dr. Muhammad Rahat Hassan Saab to present the statement of the course. That is there, please, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you also, Chairman, sir, for elaborately talk about the objective of the course and also uh, the detail about the course. As far as the objective of the course is that, the question is why we have that title of this particular course, that is Post-colonialism and Global International Relation. The basic objective of this course is to critically examine the status and the nature of the international relation. As a student of international relations, we use the terminology international politics, international relations, and also global politics. So the narrower view of the concept of international relation as a discipline, it talks about the state relations with the other state in the nation state system. So once we say the state interaction, the political and also the conflicting and the peace aspect of the relation, that we define in terms of narrower conception of international relations, that is international politics. And once we say international relations, it also include the political and the non-political aspect of the interaction of the state also. And the global politics, as we see, that the state is the main actor and the non-state actors, because of the forces of the globalization, we also include in the discourse of international relations. So we call this global politics. Now the question is that why we use the term post-colonial or the global international relations. So in the aspect of global international relations, the global south intellectuals, they are actually critically examining the basic status and the nature of the discipline of international relations. So once we say the nature, it actually reflects two important components. That is the subject matter that we study. That is what subject we are dealing with the concept, with the discipline of international relations, and the methodology that we apply to understand that. So in that context, many of the scholars, they use the methodology and the subject content, it is Eurocentric in nature, which means that the conflict, the concept of peace and the various methods, for example, realism, liberalism, the various traditional methods that we used to understand the concept or the discipline of international relations, it is highly Eurocentric in nature. And that Eurocentric in nature, there are various reasons for that. For example, the Western hegemony, the intellectual epistemology of the West, which is coming, the knowledge which is coming from the West. So that sort of thing is there. So nowadays, in the contemporary time, the various scholars who are actually engaged in the post-colonial or decolonization aspect of the international relations, they are talking about global international relations, which means that it is not about the Western-centric or the non-Western-centric concept of international relations. Rather, it's a more a comprehensive kind of concept. That is what it combined the Western contribution to the discourse of international relations as well as the non-Western discourse or the various aspirations or the various problems or the challenges which is faced by the third world countries nowadays. It is the global south and also the new terminology which emerged in the discourse of international relations, that is the middle power. For example, rise of China, for example, rise of India, and the many other institutions also, for example, BRICS, G20, and many other similar sort of regional organizations where the issues of global south, the cultural aspect, the various contributions that the global south can contribute to the discipline of international relations, that are now included in that. So for that matter, our foreign expert, that is Amitabh Acharya, he is the pioneer or he coined the term, that is the global international relations, Barry Buzan, Amitabh Acharya. In the case of India, that is Professor Behra, and also Navnita Chedda Behra, Mallapur in seven other universities, and Atul Mishra and various other scholars in India also, they are dealing with the concept of global international relations. So I hope so that discourse, that discussion that we have in the coming 5 days, it will contribute to the intellectual exercise to contribute the concept of global international relations, and also we will question in the basic contribution or the capacity that we have, the intellectual from the global south, whether they have the capacity, whether they have the intellectual tools or the methodology to contribute or to make the international relations more globally oriented or not. That is the basic question that we will deal in the coming 5 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You rightly shared the rationale of global international relations. And this is what we are going to have in next 5 days. So now I turn to Professor Muhammad Jahangir Warsi Sahab, local coordinator of GIAN for AMU. Please, sir, and interact with our audience.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Naima Khatun Ma'am, our foreign expert, Professor Amitabh Acharya of American University, Washington, D.C., Professor Ikram Hussain, the Dean Faculty of Social Sciences, Professor Nafis Ahmed Ansari, the Chairperson, Department of Political Science, Professor Mirza Asmar Beg, the former Dean Faculty of Social Sciences and former Chairperson, Department of Political Sciences, the GIAN course coordinator, Dr. Rahat Hassan, other dignitaries of the DICE, participants, colleagues, my dear students, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning, and Assalamu alaikum. Indeed, it is a privilege for me to welcome you all to this GIAN program under phase 4, and that is on post-colonialism and global international relations. I am very much thankful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor for giving me this opportunity, like freedom to work and attract maximum number of GIAN courses, and our university is one of those institutions who are getting good number, decent number of GIAN courses. All those are international and all helps in ranking, boost the ranking of the university. So it is always good to have these international programs on a very pertinent topic that we discuss in either in 1 week or 2 weeks program. Global Initiative Academic Networks in Higher Education is a promising scheme of the Government of India through Ministry of Education, aims at tapping the talent pool of scientists, experts to engage with the institutes of higher education in India and to augment the country's existing academic resources, accelerate the pace of the quality reforms, and further strengthen India's scientific and technological capabilities. The GIAN scheme basically connects India's top institutions and central universities with global faculty. These programs are helpful for adoption of new methods in teaching, boosting research with cutting-edge technologies, and building a stronger academic networks with other faculty members throughout the globe. It enables institutes of higher education in India to invite and host internationally renowned academicians, researchers, and experts, facilitating and co-teaching of advanced courses and fostering collaborative relationships with experts around the globe. These programs offer great opportunities for students and faculty to closely interact with international experts during their stay during the program. By participating in GIAN courses, students gain valuable insights, practical knowledge, and international perspectives that enrich their academic pursuits and future career. GIAN also offers international experts a unique opportunity. It is not only one way, both ways, opportunities to familiarize themselves with India's academic environment. That is the mandate of the Government of India. By interacting with local students and faculty, these experts can explore potential collaborations, share their expertise, and contribute to the advancement of knowledge across diverse fields. The main objective of this 1-week course, like post-colonialism and global international relations, is to critically examine, as Dr. Rahat said, and rethinking conversational IR theories and practices. This course would provide a comprehensive exploration of post-colonialism and its implications for international relations, and will also address some of the issues concerning international relations, the global south, and India's intellectual contributions to the field. Aligarh Muslim University, as a renowned institution for its high-quality education with particular focus on research, innovation, inclusivity, and excellence, In recent years, AMU Aligarh has made unprecedented advances in research and publications under the able leadership of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Naima Khatun. Keeping the importance of this scheme and to further enrich the university's scientific, technological, and research capabilities, Aligarh Muslim University has taken keen interest in hosting the GIAN programs. So far, we were able to submit 25 GIAN courses and conducted by the AMU Aligarh. As we are closing at the stage 4, phase 4 of the GIAN scheme, we are soon going to open the phase 5th, and I urge all the faculty members, young one, and the senior faculty as well to submit the proposal to get the maximum number of GIAN courses to our university, which certainly enrich the academic viability and also helps individual scholars in enhancing their academic career. And for any clarification, for any support, I am always there to help. So anything, if you want to reach me, you are more than welcome. So with these words, once again, I welcome you all for your presence in the inaugural function of the week-long GIAN program and wish the course a great success. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing rationale of GIAN courses and also motivating the faculties to have more and more such courses in the future. Now, I would like to request Professor Ikram Hussain Saab, Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, to come and address the gathering. Please, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, esteemed foreign expert, national experts, honorable guests in the dais and off the dais, faculty members, research scholars, and dear students. Good morning to you all. It is with immense pleasure and honor I welcome you to the inaugural function of the thought-provoking GIAN programs or courses on the post-colonialism and global international relations. I believe this event marks a significant academic and intellectual gathering where scholars, research scholars, students come together to revisit critics and the understanding the complex interactions between the post-colonial relations, realities, and the evolving dynamics of the global international relations, which has already been defined and explained by your coordinator, Dr. Rahat Hassan Saab. I hope that over the course of this program, we'll be able to engage in a meaningful conversations that challenges conventional thinking, stimulate intellectual curiosity, contributes to more inclusive and equitable frameworks in the study and practice of international relations. I'm confident that the distinguished speakers, participants present here will bring forth rich insights from the diverse perspective, historical, political, and cultural and theoretical aspects. Let me take this opportunity to thank our organizing committee and the Department of Political Science, our invited speaker, and our academic contributors, collaborators, for their tireless effort in making this event reality. Once again, I welcome everyone. Let this event be a catalyst for the critical dialogues, collective learning, and academic innovations. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Here we are quite privileged to have with us Professor Amitabh Acharya with this course. Okay, so Okay. We have so many eminent scholars of global international relations which are present with us with this course. We have Professor Amitav Acharya, we have Atul Mishra with us now. Professor Amitav Acharya is a bit delayed and will join us later. And still we can have a bit of introduction of Professor Amitabh Acharya. Amitabh Acharya is a distinguished professor at American University, Washington, D.C. He is also UNESCO Chair in Transitional Challenges and Governance. He is the one who has started or pioneered the theme that is called as relations or politics or international, he theorized international politics and international relation, which is more encompassing, more inclusive than the earlier one, which used to be Eurocentric. So he included experiences from the global south and all those non-Western earlier as well ignored epistemologies and experiences in the international relations. Now we have with us Atul Mishra, who is Associate Professor at International Relations and Governance Studies at Shiv Nadar University. I welcome you, sir, here. And Professor Atul Mishra is alumni of Jawaharlal Nehru University. He has also worked in Central University of Gujarat. So his major academic contribution include sovereign lives of India and Pakistan post-partition statehood in South Asia. So, and he also has co-authored a book, Nuclear South Asia, Keywords and Concepts. I welcome you, sir, here. And now I request Professor Naima Khatun, Vice Chancellor, Aligarh Muslim University, to kindly release the brochure of the course. Thank you, ma'am. Finally, I call upon Professor Mirza Asmar Beg Saab from the Department of Political Science. Okay, sorry. Okay, so now I request Professor Naima Khatun to take the stage and deliver presidential remarks.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. The Dean Faculty of Social Sciences, Professor Ikram, Chairman Department of Political Science, Professor Nafis Ansari Sahab, and Professor Asmar Beg, the coordinator and former Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences, and Professor Jahangir Warsi, the local coordinator of GIAN, Dr. Rahat Hassan, the coordinator, and Dr. Aisha Imtiaz, and distinguished faculty members and the resource persons, Professor Atul Mishra, who has just joined and from Shiv Nadar University. I can see he is very young and as a professor, he looks so young, so I thought he must be a research scholar in the department anyway. And of course, Professor Amitabh Acharya, who is a big name in the international relation, and he in fact coined the global international relation. He is on his way, as I am told. So it will be a great opportunity for our students and scholars to interact with the resource persons and gain the maximum out of it. So it is indeed a pleasure for me that this GIAN course is organized by the Department of Political Science and on a topic that is post-colonialism and global international relations. So everything has changed. The experts of the international relations and global internationalism post-colonialism. The experts are there. I am not a person to speak on this, but when we were a student, we had what we could see, there were two superpowers, the former USSR and the United States of America. Now there have been many waters have been sailed through, and there is a complete paradigm shift now, as we see in the newspapers and all. Now there's this post-colonialism, as we have heard that. Earlier you used to think whosoever has military strength, more military strength means will invade the other country. But now it has changed. It is the more economic aspect. They are more important. That is why the political economy is more, much more important than the military. Then this military invasion has no impact these days, and how these influences are there. But there, I think there is, earlier there used to be influence of this military influence on the third world countries, but till date I think the third world countries are still being exploited on the basis of the economic. I mean, you all know when the wars take place, when we had 9 years long Iran-Iraq war, and several countries, they used to supply arms to both the countries. So this is the scenario now. So similarly now it is that the economic, so much so that if we have been addicted to the supply of the electronic gadgets from China, from Japan and other countries. So not that influence will be with us, and the impact will be when there will be, similarly when there will be sanctions to different countries. We have heard recently the sanctions to countries like Iran and other countries. So when these sanctions are there, so it has this impact of international relations and what we were doing. And I think that same influence of military invasion that was there long time back, though the paradigm shift is there, we have to critically examine and look into the post-colonial aspects of international relations. But that same kind of thing is still there. The role of the United Nations and the international organizations, slowly and gradually their importance, are being undermined. Still those who are powerful, they have the influence over the countries, and the third world countries are still being exploited by the first world. That is the common understanding of a common man like me, common person like me. So I don't have much knowledge about. I am sure our students and scholars will have a great opportunity of knowing of the actual scenario of the post-colonialism, international relations, and global international relations. I request all of you to please don't miss any of the lectures. You have the great opportunity, and you are lucky enough, fortunate enough. The expert in the world in international relation, that is Professor Amitabh Acharya, will be here. So it's up to you how much you gain. Take the best advantage of it. And it is indeed a great thing that the Ministry of Education, Government of India has introduced this GIAN program, the global initiatives of network. You see that we could never afford to invite a foreign expert to our university. And the condition in this GIAN program is that you need to have a foreign expert for your GIAN program. So that is indeed a great opportunity for it. It is because of this, I must congratulate Professor Jahangir Warsi. I think we have a large number of GIAN programs in our university, so which provides the opportunity for the young scholars like you all are sitting. And in fact, it is these foreign experts and even the Indian resource persons, they have vast knowledge of this field, international relations. When you listen to them, when you interact with them, then you know what is happening around the world. What is the trend of international relations that is going on. So this kind of thing is a great thing, and when this program can afford, only through this program the government universities can afford. Atul Mishra ji here, but for them there is no problem. The Shiv Nadar University can afford a dozen of foreign experts to their university campus, but uh, central universities or a government institution like us, it is through this GIAN that we have the opportunity of interacting with the foreign nationals. I must congratulate the Department of Political Science, Professor Nafis Ansari Sahab, the chairman. Must congratulate Professor Asmar Beg Sahab and the young um, teacher, Dr. Rahat Ali and Aisha, because she was in women's college, so I call her Aisha, not Aisha, Dr. Aisha Imtiaz. Okay. Anyway, I'm thankful to the resource persons who have taken the trouble to visit the campus. I welcome you all to the campus. It's a small town, and the organizers must have taken care of their guests properly. Once again, I thank you all for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful word and much needed encouragement. Finally, I call upon Professor Mirza Asmar Beg Sahab from the Department of Political Science, former Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, to come and propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, Aisha. Madam Vice Chancellor, we are extremely thankful that you took time off your busy schedule and agreed to preside over this inaugural function of this seminar. I would like to thank our Dean, Professor Ikram Hussain, Chairperson, Professor Nafis Ansari, local coordinator of GIAN, Professor Jahangir Warsi, for helping us bring together the material as well as the intellectual equipment for this exercise. I must confess that I am just here as an ornamental person. All the running around, all the work has been done by my young colleague, Dr. Rahat Hassan, who presented very brilliantly the the theme of this particular workshop. Actually, he's been doing all the running around for the last 1 year, because we decided to have the very best faculty here. Not only that you have a GIAN program and have somebody from the outside world to come and address us, but to have the best faculty here. And we are very fortunate that Amitabh Acharya, who is one of the pioneers of this concept of global IR, agreed, despite his extremely busy schedule, to come to stay here. Initially, he was reluctant to come. He said, I'll do it online. We said, it doesn't have much difference. You know, we can hear the online videos of all kinds of scholars from all around the world. So unless you come here personally, it will not have that kind of an effect, you know, which we would like to have on our students and young research scholars. Friends, one thing is very important, that, okay, it's great that we have all these faculty members, Atul and Rajan and Amitabh Acharya here, and they would talk about global IR and other related fields where they will try to weave out some kind of a narrative linking their own research in IR with the main theme of the conference. The most important thing is for young scholars to actualize this idea. Because you see, saying that global IR is a very romantic idea, fine. To say that we have to rid ourselves of Euro-centrism, to rid ourselves of the Western perspective, to bring in some narratives from the global South, to bring in regionalism, fine. But how to actually do it, that is extremely challenging. And that is what the young scholars in India and the other countries in the global South have to do now, which is the real challenge. So challenging those established norms, ideas, frameworks, theories of the West is something very brave, you know, of course, fine. but it will not have any effect in reality, in practice, unless you actually do something to bring out your own frameworks, your own narratives, your own ideas, which are actually going to be practical. And they are not only going to be practical in your contexts, but they should have some global relevance. There are some scholars in China and some other places who are bringing in their own perspectives, but they are very local perspectives. So those concepts and frameworks are not helpful to explain conditions elsewhere. So unless your theories, your concepts and ideas have some kind of a global relevance, they would have no meaning. So that is a big challenge, and that challenge has to be taken up by young scholars of the future, like you people sitting here. So I'm very thankful to all the faculty members also from the department as well as across the university who have come here to grace this function. I'm very thankful to the students and research scholars from across the country who came and registered for this program, who traveled all the way and came to Aligarh. I hope you have a safe and engaging presence, rather stay here in the university. And I would also like to thank the ministerial staff of the Academic Staff College. The director is here. I want to thank her also for facilitating our stay here and the rooms which she provided, the auditorium and other rooms here for the conduct of our program. And I also want to thank the staff of our department who are also here and who helped in the conduct of this program. And of course, the research scholars, they are all ours, so I don't need to thank them. Thank you all once again.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite everyone for the high tea. Please, please come. Okay, Tarana. Okay, sorry, I'm so sorry. Now it's time for the last part of this session, that is AMU Tarana, followed by Rashtriya Gaan. Raj.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you. Now we have to disperse for high tea. High tea is in the ground of this, outside this room.
you here? Are you part of this?
दूसरी बार आ रहे हैं इरफान भाई के साथ पिछली बार मुलाकात हुई थी आपसे मैं पॉलिटिकल साइंस में हूँ 2017 से
अच्छा
so prior
अच्छा
to
you just joined around the time when I first came ना
yeah so we met there फिर AISC में मुलाकात हुई थी वो एक ही हुआ
वो तो एक ही हुआ 2013 में
वाला तो उसमें मुलाकात हुई थी so I was there you were presenting on
yes
Saeed or Professor Amki was also there na
yes
part of that
thank you प्रोजेक्ट कर सकते हैं ना इसी मशीन से
देखो या फिर वहीं से
डायरेक्ट लैपटॉप से कर सकते हैं
हाँ तो लगा दो
you want to put it here ideally because I'd like to move the slides अगर remote वो remote है नहीं है तो फिर but I don't know they'll have to attach it to this otherwise I'll just सर यहाँ से हो जाएगा यहाँ से प्रोजेक्ट कर सकते हैं ना हाँ तो फिर ज़रूरत नहीं है then we have to हाँ वो सिर्फ मैक देता है सर और मैक भी बहुत मुश्किल से देता है I mean अभी तो ठीक है अभी ज़रूरत नहीं सॉरी नॉन वेस्टर्न साउंड की जगह से वीडियो साउंड की ज़रूरत नहीं है तो वीडियो तो नहीं How's it been? How's the experience? It's been what 8 years now, no? अच्छा
more than 8 years now so prior to
17
here I was teaching there in Jamia Place Manila Center Peace Conflict so March में join किया था it's now more than 8 years 17
yours was are you part of this
I'll be sitting it's always joy listening to you
नहीं है how many people are there altogether
nearly 75 participants
okay
including some of the faculty members who are not registered Hello. There's one announcement. Kindly check your bags if it is misplaced or someone has, taken her bag, which has a mobile phone inside. Okay. So please check it. And also, if some of the participants who are there outside, inform them as well. Uh, Okay, welcome back, friends. Now we are going to start our technical session. Okay, So we have our national expert, Dr. Atul Mishra, who is a faculty member and head of the Department of the School of Humanities and Social Sciences, Shiv Nadar University. And he's an expert in international relations theory, Indian foreign policy, and modern Indian international thought. Um, he earned his PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University in 2013 and has since contributed significantly to scholarship intersecting realism, liberalism, post-colonialism, and he also engages with questions of sovereignty, territoriality, justice, secularism, and sociology of non-Western international theorizing. Uh, he has also co-authored book called Nuclear South Asia, Keywords and Concepts, published by Routledge 2014, and also The Sovereign Lives of India and Pakistan, published by OUP in 2021. His articles appear in International Affairs, India Review, EPW, and he also frequently lectures at the Sushma Swaraj Institute of Foreign Services and contributes to the Indian dailies. So welcome, Atul. Uh, we will have Professor Mirza Asmar Beg Saab also on the dais and Dr. Rahat Hassan. Please. She got mobile phone? Milia?
It's all yours. भाई किसी का बैग एक्सचेंज हो गया है, उसके अंदर मोबाइल रखा हुआ उस बच्ची का, तो आप लोग अपने अपने बैग्स देख लीजिए, कहीं बैग एक ही तरह का, कहीं आपने गलती से कोई दूसरा बैग तो नहीं ले लिया, कहीं भी रखा होगा चाय के वक्त, तो जरा देख लीजिए और फिर उस बच्ची का फोन देखिए. सो इट्स ऑल फ्लोर इज योर्स.
Shall we begin? Okay, wonderful. I want to thank Professor Asmar Beg for the invitation, Dr. Rahat, colleagues over here, senior colleagues, great opportunity to be here. And I understand that we have PhD students and young faculty who've just begun teaching political science or international relations. They're also here. How many of you are still pursuing a degree, either master's or PhD? Wonderful. And how many of you are done with a PhD? Colleagues I know, but others done with your PhD. Wonderful. Okay. So, and how many people are political science here? Okay, wonderful. How many of you are interested in IR? Oh, wonderful. That, you know, all of this makes me feel very glad. Okay, so what I'm going to do is actually take up on the mandate and the exhortation that Professor Beg has given to us this morning. And that mandate and that exhortation is that it is okay to critique, and it is important that we do critique. It is important that we identify the lacunae, the gaps in the dominant manifestation of a discipline, but we need to go beyond it, right? We need to take the next step, and the next step is, this will take some time to get adjusted, I will get used to it. The next step is to see how we can actually generate new knowledge. That new knowledge ought to reflect the concerns that led us to the critique of existing knowledge, right? So if we are concerned about Euro-centrism, about Western domination, about concepts and theories, all of it emerging from the West, if we are concerned about those things, and quite frankly, they're not very important to me, but in case we are concerned about them, then we should figure out how do we go beyond critique, right? One of the great challenges of post-colonial theory and one of the great dilemmas of post-colonial theory is that it has done a wonderful job of critiquing that, you know, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, but it doesn't have a blueprint for what to do next, which is positive theorizing, right? So what I'm going to do today is two things. In the first, for about roughly first part of our interaction, which will go on for about as long as the whip has been cracked here for. Half of our conversation is going to be about the fundamentals of the discipline, right? The nuts and bolts of the discipline. And the other half will build upon the nuts and bolts of the discipline to illustrate what constitutes good work and how we can build upon the good work that has already been done. Now remember that explicitly we are not going to talk about Eurocentrism, post-colonialism, global IR, none of it. But I assure you that if you do not get bored and doze off, somewhere in the course of this lecture, if you don't do it, then I assure you that all of the concerns that animate us, that agitate us, that bother us, those concerns will get addressed as we progress into this conversation. So far, so good? Just give me a thumbs up, please. Wonderful. Thank you. Okay. This is the plan for the conversation today. What I want to do is, I want to set out the ontology of IR. Big word. Every single time I use a big word, I will tell you what I mean by it, so don't worry. But I will set out the ontology of IR. That's the first task that I will do. And by establishing the ontology of IR, I will draw your attention to the discipline's essential universality. That's the second big word that I'm using, and I'll tell you what I mean by universality as well. So that's the first thing that I'm going to do. Why is this important? This is important because it will help us avoid some of the pitfalls of non-universalist knowledge forms, which are relativism, particularism, historicism, and culturalism. Again, each one of those terms, isms, I will tell you what I mean by them, so don't be bothered by them or put off by them at this stage. So that's the first thing that we're going to do. That's the first half of our conversation. The second half would comprise of examples, and through the examples, I will show the ground on which we could build upon in responding to the challenges of post-coloniality, Euro-centrism, statism, and Delhi-centrism, all of these concerns that this particular course is confronting at this moment, right? So two things. First, theory. Second, illustrations of how theory relates to actual work. And we can have, I'm hoping, a discussion on how to build upon the work that has already been done, examples of which I will show to all of you. We're good so far? Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. This is just to make sure that you're not, especially after wonderful jalebi and pakodas and so on and so forth. So I'll keep sort of coming back to people from time to time. May I know your name, please? You in light blue shirt. Yes, I'm looking at you. Yes, what's your name? Arvind. Okay. So you're with me, Arvind? Okay, wonderful. Okay, let's launch into the first part, which is the claim that disciplines have ontologies. What is ontology? Ontology is a statement of, it's a study primarily of what exists. Ontology, ontos, existence. Ontology is the study of what exists, but in the context of this presentation, ontology refers to a statement about that irreducible dimension of social reality with which academic disciplines are concerned. The argument that I want to, the first proposition that I want to make before you is that each academic discipline across the natural sciences, the social sciences, and the humanities. Each academic discipline has an ontology of its own. It has a ground on which it stands. That ground, that ontology, is irreducible in the sense that no other discipline can rightly lay claim to that ground, and in that sense it is irreducible. Let's look at a few illustrations of this. Geography, academic discipline. Yeah, how many of you are interested in geography? Yeah, academic discipline, fundamentally concerned with space. Space is one of the central dimensions of all of our reality. I have just moved across space. Is there a mic that I can hold and move around with? Dr. Rahat, if it is possible, because then I'll just feel a little okay. So I've just moved across space. Yeah. Now, you can't reduce space to something else unless you're being ridiculous and you sort of say, well, you know, at the when it comes to physics, space sort of starts dissolving into matter, and matter sort of becomes waves and particles and so on. But space, wonderful, that'll be perfect. But space is an irreducible reality of that human beings confront with. Space forms the basis of the ontology of geography, which is spatiality. Can you hear me at the back? Oh, wonderful. Okay, this is much better. Right, so space, geography, spatiality. Time, temporality, history, wealth, money, economics, psyche, individual, collective, what we call the inner life of individuals and inner life of societies. Psychology, society, intersubjectively produced collectives, sociality, sociology, questions of governance, political science, right? In each one of these instances, and we can sort of, from the social sciences, we can move to the natural sciences. So for example, life. What is the academic discipline? Life. Biology, right? What is the ontology of physics, therefore? Matter. It's written right there, no? No, it isn't. Oh, it is written there. Okay. And so on and so forth, right? What is the ontology of chemistry, by the way? Reactions, elements, chemical reactions, and so on and so forth, right? Okay. So disciplines have ontologies. To say that disciplines have ontologies is to say that each discipline is concerned with a particular dimension of reality that human beings are concerned with. Okay? And that dimension of reality is irreducible in the sense that it cannot be reduced to anything else without losing its essence. Now, you can study temporality as part of political science, but you're basically, denying history of its turf. You know what I mean? And there's a pun there. I don't know if you paid attention to it. Turf, history, and so on and so forth. Okay. So that's. Can somebody tell me what is the ontology of IR, therefore? Okay, so one answer is nation states. That's the ontology of IR. Another one is statecraft is the ontology of IR. Okay. Policy, diplomacy is the ontology of IR. Okay. Any other? International structure is the ontology of IR. Yes? I'm sorry. All the entities that exist in the discipline of IR. Excellent. We are sort of beginning to move in that direction, because if you say nation state, It's quite possible that people within a nation state are concerned with the nation state, so we're not really dealing with international relations, are we? We're not, right? All the entities, what's your name again? Mohammed Saif. Wonderful. So all the entities that exist in the international domain. Let's build upon what Saif has said over here. Bit by bit, okay? So we know that IR is concerned with international relations. Two terms there, international and relations. You can render international relations. If you have to express it differently, you would say that it is fundamentally concerned with what I call TOPS. TOPS are territorially organized political societies. Now notice that I am not using nation states. Notice that I am not using sovereign states. I am using territorially organized political societies. I am calling them TOPS. International relations are concerned with relations amongst territorially organized political societies. The virtue, well, at least I think it's virtue. So let's say utility. The utility, you guys are also all participants, right? Oh, wonderful. Okay, so I will pay attention to you as well. From time to time, I will look up and feel, hold my head high. When I look here, I'll sort of, okay, excellent. So the utility of using TOPS is the following. That category, that term TOPS can apply to a whole range of political forms. You can use it to refer to a nation state, which is also a territorially organized political society, a city state, which is also a territorially organized political society, an empire, a tribal federation, just about any human collective. All human collectives are territorially organized. Even nomadic life is territorially organized in the sense that there is a limited geography within which it mobiles. There is a certain relationship with the territory that it has, right? It's not static, it is dynamic, all the same territorially organized, right? So that the utility of using TOPS as opposed to nation or state is that we can capture a much wider range of actors that constitute the international domain. Okay, so you can render it as relations amongst TOPS. TOPS can range from this to that. Now, each TOPS is a geopolitical entity. Two words there. Geo, geography, political, organization. Each TOPS is a geopolitical entity. But notice something. This term that comes partly from geography and partly from politics, it comes together and starts referring to something else. What does geopolitics refer to generally in our times? When you say that we are concerned with geopolitics, what are we really concerned with? With national interest? Acquiring land? What else? With borders? Relations between states, but just any kind of relations between states, political relations between states. I mean, if states are interacting, relations are going to be political, right? But there's something particular. So then we'll say geoeconomics, no? Edward Lutwak would sort of say geoeconomics. Strategic, oh, big word. What is, give me another word for strategic. Geopolitics, and I say, there's geopolitics in the world. What are you saying? There's power politics in the world, right? Questions of power, balance of power, those are the central questions. Okay, that's an aside. Each TOPS is a geopolitical entity. So the international refers to geopolitical multiplicity. What does it mean for there to be a number of TOPS coexisting, interacting? Coexisting, existing simultaneously, not peacefully. I'm just saying coexistence, exist at the same time. Number of TOPS coexisting, and not just coexisting, they are interacting. And what happens when entities coexist and interact? What is the product of interaction? Straightforwardly interdependence? Okay. Interconnectedness, yes. It starts with R, ends with S. Relationships, right? and therefore the ontology of IR, the empirical material that is represented in the concept of the international, which rests at the heart of IR, that empirical material is geopolitical multiplicity. Students of international relations are students who are fundamentally concerned with geopolitical multiplicity. Now, what does it mean to say that geopolitical multiplicity is the ontology of IR? Now, you recall what I said earlier. Ontology of a discipline is something that you cannot reduce to anything else, right? So, we ought to be able to say that geopolitical multiplicity is that dimension of human reality that you cannot reduce to anything else. Now, what's your name, ma'am? Nation state? Rifa. Now, Rifa would say, hey, professor, geopolitical multiplicity, you can break it down to individual nation states, right? Individual tops. So, of course, you can reduce it to individual states. The moment you reduce it to individual states, you are in the domain of political science, right? Okay. Now, this geopolitical multiplicity, or if you like, multiplicity of tops, and this is not a static multiplicity. It's not that these entities are just sitting there like on a map, 2D map, right? It's not a static multiplicity. It is a dynamic multiplicity. States are interacting, and those interactions are producing relations. In the word international, you have a hint to the idea of interaction. Interaction. Tops acting with tops, interacting. And tops are not just, you know, dead entities, they're social entities, they're comprised of human beings. And so what you have is geopolitical multiplicity that is social as well. But look at this now. There is no evidence of all humans living within a single territorially organized political society at any point in human history. It has never happened. At least we don't have any evidence of it. Secular sensibility, so if it offends you, just bear with me right now, okay? So evolution, right? Because it's come from evolution. Like generally, I sort of tell this to everyone. No, not secular, atheist. Yeah. So it's there that this is coming from. Human history gives us no evidence of the fact that all humans have lived within a single territorially organized political society. We've always been multiplicitous insofar as our political existence is concerned. Single species, always multiplicitous in terms of our political organization. And this is a fundamental reality of human existence. The international geopolitical multiplicity is the fundamental reality of human affairs. Space is a fundamental reality of human affairs. All of us individually have a consciousness of time. We live in the past, we fantasize about the future, and we struggle to live in the present, like many of you are right now, right? You've got brains. In brains, there are films going on about one side or the other. Some of you are still thinking about your jalebi. Others are thinking about the tea that will happen at 5 p.m., right? So we are fantasizing about the future, we are living in the past, never in the present, but all the same, we are working with time at all points. All of us work with time, all of us work with space, all of us have a psyche, all of us are concerned with communal living, and all of us, whether we like it or not, are participating in and are impacted by this fundamental reality of geopolitical multiplicity. Human beings share in common this thing called the international. Human beings share in common this thing called geopolitical multiplicity. It is a common heritage. If we have IR, it is because we have geopolitical multiplicity, right? To say that there is a discipline of international relations is to say that there is this irreducible dimension of human reality called geopolitical multiplicity, which needs to be understood, which needs to be studied, which generates problems, and those problems need to be resolved, etc. We're good so far? Okay, so the last part that I want to sort of draw your attention to. Geopolitical multiplicity is a trans-historical and a trans-geographical reality. Across history, across geography, you're going to find something. Okay, what is universality? What is universality? To say that something is universal is to say what? Generalized and exist everywhere, two different things, but exist everywhere. Okay, yes. What's your name? Afreen. Okay, universal. Yes, Arvind? Acceptable to all, okay. Is irrespective of differences, okay. Something that applies to, which is universal. Yeah. Okay. So everywhere, all the other, right? Anything, yes, anything that is universal is that which applies to all in any domain, right? We are dealing with human reality, social reality. To say that something is universal in the realm of human beings is, of course, to say that it applies to all human beings. In this case, it must apply to all territorially organized political societies. Now, one condition that universality must fulfill, that it must be true across history and across geography. And we have now established that geopolitical multiplicity is a trans-historical and trans-geographical reality. So far so good? Thumbs up please. Okay, excellent. Now, so IR's ontology, geopolitical multiplicity, can be unpacked. Can we unpack something? So let's just unpack this. But this is not really packed, but we can, we'll unzip this. So that's an act of unpacking. So we've unpacked. What have we unpacked? We're unpacking the ontology of IR. This ontology of IR can be expressed negatively and positively. A negative expression of IR's ontology is one of absence. How many of you have done an IR course? An IR theory course? You're aware, so if I say that IR's ontology can be expressed negatively, what do you think I am referring to? Excellent. What's your name? Uzma. Anarchy at the international level. What is anarchy? Absence of central authority. Absence. Some theories, I've started using the term theory already. Okay, leave that aside, right? IR people, if you are doing an IR course, sometimes will sort of say the international domain is characterized by anarchy, which is to say the international domain is characterized by something that it does not have. It's extraordinary, isn't it? If, again, what's your name? Wonderful shirt there, right in front of Uzma. Yes, you. What's your name? Yes, you. Nasir. Yeah? If Nasir, I tell you, Nasir, your characteristic feature is that you're not Atul. You see how you're going to feel? Yeah? The fundamental reality of Nasir is that there is an absence of Atul in Nasir. It's extraordinary. And we live with this fundamental scandal. The international domain is characterized by the absence of sovereign authority. It's extraordinary. Have you ever asked yourself, how can you get away with a negative description of the fundamental reality that you're dealing with? Yeah? And we've got fantastic theories that are built upon this notion of anarchy. Anarchy, absence of rule. Anarchy, archy, monarchy, patriarchy, and so on and so forth, right? Diarchy, and so on and so forth, right? It's a scandal. It doesn't even occur to us to say international relations textbooks that, can your name? Nazir. Yeah? That Nazir is not Atul and that is his fundamental reality. It's extraordinary, right? But that is the negative ontology of IR. To say that there is an international domain is to say that there is a domain in which a higher authority does not exist, right? And this negative unpacking of IR's ontology is geopolitical multiplicity in anarchy. Here you sort of talk about relations among stops that do not recognize a higher authority. You can talk about governance in the absence of government. And I want you to, what's your name? What's your name? Adil. Okay, Aditya. Aditya, I want you to do hard work, which is to, yeah, rather than doing that, because that's like, that just, you know, kills me, because I put in like 3 hours on a slide and you do this. That's not good, right? Okay. Which is why there'll be no sliding of any sort going on here. Okay, law in the absence of unregulated enforcement, right? That's a negatively expressed ontology of IR. But there's a positive way of thinking about IR's ontology as well. And let's come to this. If you unpack IR's ontology positively, am I creating problems for you by moving from here to here, camera person? You're okay? Okay. IR's positive ontology would mean that international relations are not marked by some kind of a deficiency. It's not lacking in something. IR is not Nazir who's lacking in Atul, right? That's not the case. There is presence there. Ma'am, there's presence there, right? And what is the presence? They're not marked by deficiency. They are a consequence of geopolitical multiplicity. You think about international relations as not something that is characterized by anarchy or absence of government. You think about international relations as characterized by the consequences of geopolitical multiplicity, also known as the consequences of interaction, also known as international. What are the consequences of interactions? Relationship, right? This is a positive ontology of IR. You think about international relations and in terms of what is produced by geopolitical multiplicity rather than the conditions under which geopolitical multiplicity operates. It's a very different way of thinking about the ontology of IR, the thing that lies at the heart of the international itself. Okay. From this point of view, war, peace, conflict, cooperation, trade, flows, barriers, and so on and so forth, all of those things, they are just the norm of international relations. International relations, from this point of view, are not a domain in which somebody is waiting to form a world government. And I want you to pay attention to this. International relations is not a domain in which all that is lacking is peace activists. Because that is what the negative ontology of IR asks you to do. Oh, there's so much war going on, there is no government, which is why there are all kinds of problems, we need peace. No, we don't need peace. Peace is something that activists ka problem hai. Our problem is we need to understand what's going on. We are analysts, not activists. And it is so often the case that we start thinking like activists even though we are supposed to do analysis, right? Our job is first to understand why war persists rather than saying how can we build peace, right? And it's one way in which we sort of go in that direction is by taking hold of IR's positive ontology. Okay. International relations are a reality in their own right and not a problem that need to be solved by establishing a world government or an imperial hegemony. Some power needs to rule, or the United Nations must turn into a world government, etc. You know, my uncle also does this. Doesn't exist. It's a fictitious thing, but I use my uncle to talk to my students about all kinds of fantastic notions that WhatsApp universities circulate, right? So that's where this is coming from. Okay. So what have we covered so far? We've talked about geopolitical multiplicity. We've talked about the two ways in which the ontology of IR can be unpacked, negative as well as positive. And now we are talking about the third element which is important, which is International relations can be unpacked in terms of two conditions: international relations. Within this term international, there is a sign to interactivity. And what is interactivity? The acting upon at least two entities each other. Two entities acting upon each other, what they are complicit in is interaction, right? So if you are a student of international relations, what you are fundamentally engaged with is the problem of interaction. Which is why if you study a single nation state in international relations, you are not studying international relations. You see what I am trying to say here? We are students of interaction, we are not students of states. Political science is where you study states. Again, I am not drawing a distinction, I am not saying that political science or international relations are not related, okay? Kufr nahi karna. What I am saying is that their academic disciplines are dealing with different ontologies, and we must be very, very careful here. The IR part of our discipline, if you want to sort of call it politics and international relations, the IR part of our discipline is concerned with interaction. It is concerned with interactivity, and a particular kind of interactivity, one that is geopolitical. Do you see what I am trying to say here? Students of IR are students of interaction. I repeat, students of IR are students of interaction. May I know your name at absolute back, right hand side? Yes, what's your name? Muzammil. Muzammil, students of IR are students of what? Interaction, yeah? Just as one that happened between you and I. Yes? We are students of interactivity. And I'll repeat, we are students of interactivity. But we are not just students of interactivity. We are also students of the second component, relationality. Our discipline, or if you like, our field, requires us to think geopolitically and sociologically. Relations are fundamentally sociological. Yeah? International relations are social relations amongst geopolitical entities, or if you like, relations produced by interactions amongst geopolitical entities that have a social foundation. I'm confusing you, I'm just playing with your head right now, so leave that aside. Students of international relations are students of interaction, Muzammil, and students of relations. Interactivity, that is geopolitical; relationality, that is. Thank you so much. Yeah, how many of you are beginning to be bored right now? Just be honest. If you're bored, I will work on you. I'll sort of make sure that you're not bored. Is anyone here who's sort of feeling bored? Okay. Anyone here who's not following me? Is there anything that is not clear so far? Is there anything that you want me to repeat? We're all on the same page so far? We're good? Okay. What's your name, my dear friend? Right behind you. Yes, right at the end. Salman. Okay. You're with me here, Salman? Okay. IR's subject matter is international relations. Professor, why do you keep coming back to international relations in one form, a second form, third form? Why can't you make your point and move ahead? I won't, because I want you to pay attention to my understanding of what is at the heart of IR. I repeat, my understanding of what is at the heart of IR. You don't have to agree with it. It's just a perspective. Have this perspective, see if it relates, if it resonates with you. If it doesn't, chuck it out, no problems, right? Okay. IR subject matter is international relations. This subject matter can be distilled down to at least one of the following three types of phenomena. IR subject matter, which is international relations, can be distilled down to at least one of these three phenomena. Interstate, I wanted to say intertops, but they will have, Professor, too many tops happening here, right? So, interstate, interentity, whatever is the entity in international affairs, yeah, interstate or interentity, transnational, and systemic. I'm going to spend some time talking about this because it's very, very important that we get this right. Here's what I'm trying to say here. Anything that we call international relations, for the test of anything that is called international relations is that it must be reducible to at least one of the three types of phenomenon. An international phenomenon, an international development must either involve interactivity, transnationality or transboundariness, or it must have a systemic dimension. If what you're dealing with does not have at least one of them, then what you're doing is not IR. Okay? My perspective, you don't have to take it. It's just how, and what I'll do is I'll go back and sort of recap, and you'll see how there is a certain system that emerges here. What is my claim? Muzammil, what is my claim? What have I just said? What, sir? Right at the back, why are you asking me this question? Right? What I'm saying is that for anything, the test of anything international relations is that it must be reducible to at least one of these types of phenomena. If it's not reducible to one of these, then what you're dealing with is not an international phenomenon. Now, in IR, of course, you can study philosophy. Who's stopping you from studying philosophy, right? A lot of my colleagues do. No problems. But it's important to know that you're studying philosophy and not international relations. That's the point I'm trying to make. Okay? Let's take examples of this. Interstate. India interacts with Pakistan, does not interact, so we'll leave that aside. India interacts with China, interstate. Perfectly legitimate, straightforward understanding of international relations. Interstate phenomenon. Phenomenon, something that exists in a world in which human beings are, world with which human beings are concerned with, and they can take cognizance of. Phenomenon, it must become a thing in the as a result of the application of our cognitive apparatus on something that exists outside. That's a phenomenon, right? You must be able to experience it. Interstate, interentity, India-China interactions, international relations. India-China interactions in light of US-China dynamics, fair point. Again, we are dealing with interstate relationship. State non-state relationship, right? If the United States government basically calls Infosys and says, boss, you better give more jobs to American nationals, otherwise we're going to be, scaling down your presence in the US. What you're looking at is an interaction between a state and a non-state actor, completely within the realm of international relations. intra-non-state relations. Non-state actors interacting with non-state actors. NVIDIA working with Apple to give you the phones on which you can rot your mind and while away your time and feel powerful every day, because it's a dopamine rush, right? Every single time, those of you who are looking at, how many of you have looked at Instagram in the past 30 minutes? Tell me. Nobody? Seriously? Wonderful. WhatsApp. Professor, be honest. Yeah, you did, right? WhatsApp. Yeah? You see, you're already addicted. It is a consequence of international relations. NVIDIA worked with Apple to give you a phone which is so fast, it allows those reels to emerge, and we keep scrolling reel after reel, reel after reel. We get addicted. Each time that happens, there's a dopamine rush that sort of emerges, right? And we are addicted to it. And so when we are not looking at Instagram because tauba tauba, why should we do it in lecture, we open WhatsApp. कुछ तो मिल जाएगा वहाँ से, right? कुछ तो माल मिल जाएगा वहाँ से, right? Addiction produced by international relations. I'm not kidding. And I'll give you examples of precisely this kind of thinking going forwards in this thing, right? Now remember, all non-state actors' interaction in the international domain must necessarily be state mediated. Yeah? NVIDIA and Apple can't do anything without the United States mediating that relationship. All the same, the principal actors involved are non-state entities. So that's one type of phenomenon that we're dealing with. Students of international relations are students who very quietly speak into their phone and you know, with great deal of surreptitiousness. Students of international relations do worse. They're like, Professor, I will speak in my phone in front of you, you can do whatever you want to, be bold, yeah, come on, right? I feel like embarrassing students because that's another way. See, I'm embarrassing you, you feel embarrassed, you will not doze off to sleep, others feel entertained, vicarious pleasure that they are getting, they feel very happy that they are not doing this, and so they also feel entertained and they don't go off to sleep as well, right? So many people are laughing at the same time, so you know, you owe me chai at 5 p.m. Okay, so that's the first one. Transnationality. Transnational, you can replace national with with boundary. Each territorially organized political society will necessarily have a boundary. Yeah. Trans cuts across boundaries. Trans-Siberian Railway. Yeah. Trans-border. Any trans-border phenomenon is necessarily an international phenomenon. How? There is at least some phenomenon that is getting generated or it is undergoing some change as it crosses boundaries. Two classic examples of transboundary phenomenon: trade, migration. Push and pull factors, sociology, international relations, you're aware of push and pull factors, right? Drives migration. People are getting pushed out of certain places, they're getting pulled into certain places, and as they are doing it, they're necessarily crossing boundaries. Every single time you visit a foreign country, you are, even if you are in the middle of a sovereign territories, there's an airport, and what are you doing there? You are crossing the borders of that country. Every single time we travel, and every single time that we trade, we are engaging in transboundary activity. Each act of border crossing is an international act. And transboundary phenomena, if you're studying a transboundary phenomenon, if you're studying a transboundary phenomenon, you are dealing with international relations. The second thing, again remember, again Professor, why are you getting into all of this theory? when we do practice, we'll sort of do examples, I'll recall, I'll sort of, take you back to some of this. Second thing, transboundary phenomenon. Third, hardest to grasp, okay? Now, what I want you to do, what's your name? Right, you're Arvind, no? No. Yes, no, Arvind is over there. What's your name? Divyaraj. And right next to Divyaraj is Manish. So Manish, you're with me? 100%. What did you have jalebi outside when we were having during tea? Did you have jalebi? You're feeling very sweet right now? So be sweet to me and listen to me right now. Okay. Okay. How many of you are? How many of you think that you're good conceptually? Like you can think theoretically, you're good with abstraction and so on and so forth. Not going to do this in front of the professor, right? Because बेइज्जती तो नहीं करवानी है. कोशिश कीजिए. Try it. Be a good sport. It's fine. The best thing that you can do to, the best service that you can do to yourself is stand in front of a whole range of people and submit yourself to potential humiliation. It will get rid of your egos and it will make you a better person. So try and somebody. You're not going to be humiliated. Just try. Yes, try. So, okay, so wait, so you think that you're theoretically okay, or you want to sort of? Wonderful, okay. Okay, so tell me, wonderful. So tell me what a system is. System is. No, I don't know. I'm just saying, so see, that's a problem, right? I'm so clear in my communication. All that I'm saying is, what is a system? You tell me what your brain tells you what system is. I'll tell you what an international system is later, right? So tell me what a system is.
So system is the formal organizations which are concerned with implementing laws and regulations, and at the same time we all are bound to follow them.
Okay.
There is the
Yeah, finish. Yeah, go ahead.
we can say that there is an obligation in a system. That is a system to you.
That's a system to you. So see, there's an organization, there is obligation,
organization, and a formal structure.
Formal structure as well. So structure also, organization also, and within the organization and the structure, you have an obligation as well. What else? 3 elements of your system: organization, structure, obligation to follow.
And it should be confined to a boundary, like it should be national or it can be international as well.
You see, she's inserted international into this. Okay, yeah. I'm not asking you an international relations question. Yeah, I'm asking a system question. Okay, system. Okay, yes. What's your name again? Sorry. What's your name again? No. Rifa. Okay. What's your name now? Ahmed. Yes. खड़े मत होइए यार, बैठ के बात कीजिए आराम से, relaxed. Yes. Yes. Any defined procedure, set of procedures, right? Okay. So a system involves, we just build the definition here, a system. So, crowd work, those of you who watch startup comedy, yeah, stand-up comedy, sorry, they do crowd work, right? So we're doing intellectual crowd work here. So we'll work with this. Ahmed, so a system has a set of procedures, and the integrity of the system lies in the fact that those procedures are followed. Yeah, if those procedures are followed, then you have a system that is starts with F, ends with L. Functional. Yeah, of systems we ask whether they are functional or dysfunctional. Yeah, so procedure. So now what do we have? Boundary, organization, structure, obligation, procedures. Functioning. What else? Any other? Yes. What's your name? Firstly, what's your name? Zia. Tell me more. You just give me a word. Tell me what a system is. In a system, wonderful, go ahead, this is music to my ears. You know, I'm not looking at WhatsApp, but I'm feeling good already. Yes, so. They are not just interacting, they are also interdependent, right? And they must be interacting according to a set procedure. And part of that procedure might involve obligations and following some things. Yeah. And a consequence of that would be, yes, sir. Input transformation process and output. Yes. Changes as well. Wonderful, right? Any other? Yes, you were saying something. Yes. No, right behind Rifa. Yes. I thought you were saying something. You were not. Okay. Any other? Yes. Regular and established interaction. Regularity. Established by procedure? Yeah? Okay. Regularity, interaction. Anything else? Interdependence. In this country right now, executive is not dependent on anyone else. But anyway, bahar mat bolna. Yes. Cancel. Mute kar dijiyega. Yeah. Right, yeah. So, interdependence. Okay. Yes. No. Governance. Set of rules, governance, procedure, organization. We are on the same. Okay, excellent. Devraj. Wonderful. There's so much theory happening here already. I'm looking forward to doing some theory work later with you. A system is an organized whole comprising units that are functionally related and that interact on the basis of the functions that they perform. Those functions, those interactions produce patterns, and those patterns have an effect on the whole. Yeah? Ahmed, Rifa, Divyaraj. आ गया सब कैप्चर हो गया ठीक है that's a system. I'll repeat. A system is an organized whole comprising actors, units that are functionally related, and they interact on the basis of the functional relationship. Those interactions produce patterns, and those patterns impact the whole. They have effects on the entirety of the system. That's entirety on the entirety of the ecology within which this happens. That's a system. Okay, we good so far? Your name? I forgot your name. Zia. We good so far? Okay. Right next to Zia is Anam. Okay. Zia, sorry, Anam, we are good? Okay. Give me an example of an international system now. Organized whole comprising actors that are functionally related, they interact with each other, their interaction produces patterns, patterns have system-wide consequences for the entirety of the whole effects. Now give me an example of an international system. No, just give me one example and unpack it. So if you say BIMSTEC, tell me how BIMSTEC constitutes an international system. Give me an example of United Nations. Don't use big words, and I'm going to ask you what those big words mean. Rules, norms are big words. No, try. International, yeah, UN system.
Yeah, so there are certain norms and member countries follow those norms.
Okay.
And it is an organized framework.
Which member country of the United Nations is following any norm? Please tell me. There is no proof of it, but anyway. Okay. Another crack at it. Somebody. International system, example of an international system? Anyone? International system. Bretton Woods institutions. IMF, unpack IMF for me. How is the IMF an international system? सिस्टम कहाँ है साहब इसके अंदर? Yes. Sorry. Okay. Any other? Just pay attention to the examples that are coming up, and we'll come to this in a bit because it's so important that we get this right. Good example, no problems. Again, who's good example? Another good. Any other international system? I mean, every single time somebody violates their visa rules, there's a waywardness, right? But I see your point. What's your name? Nishant? Nishant, would you want to sort of say that there is an international system of mobility, right? Or an international mobility system? Would you say? Excellent. Any other examples? Global trade. You'll have to repeat the whole thing again. I got distracted. So you have a global trade system. Excellent. Any other example? International banking system. Okay. Yes. European Union. How is it an international system? Yes. 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 What are the patterns that the European Union is producing? Give me an example of a pattern. Okay. And that impacts the entirety of the European Union, right? So it has a system-wide impact. Okay. Now, you notice all the examples that we had so far. Can you identify common elements? They are related to. Are they really related to state actors? You see, BIMSTEC, United Nations, trade, European Union. Of course, more than one actors, you know, talking about international systems, so please, yeah. You see, the moment we started thinking in terms of systems, we started thinking in terms of formal, more evident systems, formalized systems. We're talking about rules all the time. There are rules in all of the examples that you've given. They are all often codified rules. Yeah? And that is very good. But we need to do better. Can you think of an international system in which rules are not written down? Yes, you at the back. What's your name, firstly? Not Ahmed, behind you. Binyamin. Okay, now tell me, give me an example of an international system in which rules are not written. Tell us more about the core periphery system. The third world countries are exploiting their own people also. But anyway, go ahead. Yeah. I agree. Core periphery system is a system that explains exploitation, economic exploitation, which is structural in nature, and there is a certain pattern of inflow and outflow. Great example, Benjamin. Any other example of that kind of sophistication? Yes. Set pattern, functional, excellent, right? An informal drug trade system, not written out, but it's sort of there. Excellent. Any other, but not the same nobility as the one that he gave an example of, but very creative. Thank you. Any other, Ahmed? Okay, excellent. So dialogical system. Okay, international dialogical system. How is that a system? How is that a system? A system of intercultural adaptation. Wondering. But you have something there that's very interesting. Think of other examples. Yes, sir. What's your name firstly? Subhan. Okay. Okay. Capitalism. There. Capitalism is a system. Got no questions. You know, self-evident. Yes. International human rights. How is that a system? When at the heart of it is a very written document called the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Please, yeah. Yeah. Tell me more. You know what the definition of sociological, you know what terrorism is, right? It's an act of violence that is simultaneously random and selective. Random from the point of view of the victim, selective from the point of view of the perpetrator. Yeah, there's great method to it. But I see your point. Tell me more. Yes. No, not you. Yes. How is that a system? One of the, okay, so what's your name again? Akram. So there are several elements to a system, right? A system must be a whole. It must have units. What are the units of your system? Let's try. We'll work together. What are the units of your system? Western governments, yeah, and let's say Libya. Okay. Now there is a relationship. There is a functional relationship, and what is the functional relationship? The Western governments are trying to shove democracy down the throat of Libya. So there's a functional relationship. It's a function of coercion, a really coercive relationship, right? But we need more. We need regularity. International system, no, 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 no. Now, my friend Suraj Yengde would say, hey, Atul, why you're saying that, caste is not an international system? We'll come to that later. But yeah, so tell me more. We'll build upon this, right? This is the point of our engagement, right? Let's build upon this. One example will not suffice, Akram. We need more. So they did that in Libya. Where else did they do it? I want, हम मुखातिब अकरम से हुए हैं, सवाल आप का जवाब आप दे रहे हैं. Yes. लिबिया की तरह कहाँ पे उन्होंने कुछ किया ऐसा? इराक में किया. और कहाँ किया? अच्छा, what is the broad type there? Intervention, Libya, intervention, Iraq. And what is the third place where they intervened? They intervened in Afghanistan, right? So that's the broad category, right? In all three cases, democracy promotion. Functional relationship, coercion, violence, and what is the pattern that got produced as a result? First, regime collapse, all three instances. And those patterns produced a system-wide effect. So the international system of democracy promotion had a system-wide effect. And what was that effect? What was the consequence of this democracy promotion business? Wait. We'll just finish this. The effect that it had was, firstly, it soured Western relationship with the Muslim countries. One impact. Second impact, it gave democracy bad name. Yeah. And thirdly, it soured the relationship between the West and the non-West more broadly. So that's the system. That's the system, right? You had an example as well. Please tell me. Regulation of? Tell us more. Yeah. International monetary system, international currency system. Okay. Yes, you've not spoken at all. So one example and then we'll move on. So a core-periphery relationship that is unequal and so on and so forth. Wonderful. Are we out of time for this one or we are okay? Because I realize an element of restlessness going on right now. 12, we are right now what, 12? Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Yes. नेटवर्क ना, डोंट कॉल इट सिस्टम, नो बस यू कॉल इट नेटवर्क. चाय दे देंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा, इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है. Wonderful, thank you so much. Right? Absolutely. The most, you know, it's an extraordinary thing. Systems often in international relations get generated by virtue of interaction. And the hardest of the international system to grasp are the systems that are not developed, systems that emerge. What's your name again? Yeah, wonderful point. Chavez. Is that Hugo Chavez? Is it? No? Okay, Mohammed Chavez. Okay. So do you go CHA or do you go SHA? SHA. Okay. Chavez. Okay. I was like, okay, great. Right? So, excellent. International systems are often not willed. They are not deliberate. They often get generated. Can you give me an example of an international system that wasn't willed, that came into existence, and that had virtually all of the actors of international politics coming together, and you know, if getting forced in an interactive, in a functional relationship, and as they were interacting, there was a system-wide effect. Example. International trade system has rules, WTO, GATT. No. Excellent. The Cold War was a global system that no one anticipated. It organically emerged. And who drove the Cold War? Two great powers, superpowers. And what did the two superpowers do? They ended up creating these bounded orders. There was a Western order, there was a Soviet order, and within each order you had these you know, tier 2 and tier 3 entities, and their interaction patterns had consequences for everyone, such that in JNU you have People's Publishing House, their bookstore there. What are they doing there? Result of Cold War. Sorry? Cold War, propaganda, whatever you want to call it, but that's a consequence of Cold War. A system-wide, international systems are often generative, they are not deliberative. You don't create them, they emerge. And one measure of how good our training is if we are able to pick up a system that is getting generated. And why will systems generate? Systems will generate because we need to have the namkeen. No, systems will generate because there is geopolitical multiplicity. Systems will generate because interaction will happen. And wherever interactions will happen, patterns will emerge. And those patterns will have consequences for all the actors that are involved in the interaction, but also the ones that have got nothing to do with the interactions. Have you read the Melian Dialogue? The Melian Dialogue? No? So you have, yeah? Tell us something about the Melian Dialogue. No, tell me what is going on in the Melian Dialogue. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. But the argument is like that there is no system as such, and Athens is not going to adhere to it, so it will conquer it. Excellent. Excellent. You've read the Melian Dialogue. I'm so happy. You know, no WhatsApp, I still feel very, you know, my dopamine rush is right here. The Melian Dialogue. What happened to why are the Melians suffering? They are suffering because there is a great power system that is already in place. There are the Athenians are at war with the Spartans, yeah? And the Melians are like, bhai, hamare upar kyun barg giri? Right? Same thing, right? That is what happens when the the big dogs are dog lovers here, dog lovers here, dog lovers here. Okay, I'm going to be I'm politically completely incorrect. When the big dogs are fighting, the puppies are going to be like yelp, right? So that's what happened. Yelping for help, no help came. The Athenians not spoiled for everyone. Ukraine. What is going on with Ukraine? What happened to Ukraine? Got crushed, got crushed in the power politics between a resurgent Russia and a directionless West. They are at the receiving end of the great power political system. All of that, right? But broadly, illustratively speaking, the point we're trying to make is in international systems that are generated as opposed to deliberated into existence, in those systems, often the ones that are not party to the system, they get crushed as well, right? And it's these systems that are the loftiest examples of international systemic phenomena. One test I tell my students that I'm beginning to train you, I'll train you for 4 years off and on, and by the end of the training, or rather if at any point you're able to spot a generative system on your own, your training is beginning to come to an end, right? If you how many of you cannot ride a bicycle? Cannot ride a bicycle. Everyone can, right? Somebody taught you, right? Or you self-taught, but you must have fallen initially and then one day you started. How many of you swim? Yeah? Somebody taught you? Or you did it yourself and one fine day you started doing it, right? So there was a moment when that switch happened from when you were not able to swim to when you were able to swim. Your training, I tell my students, I'm not going to use it here because of course it's complex, but I tell my students, your training in the discipline of international relations will be complete the day you're able to see an international system that is emerging, that is getting generated, and you pick it on your own. Because you see, interstate dynamics straightforward, right? Morgenthau ne kitab likh di, Politics Among Nations. Obviously, right here, right? Transboundary relationship. Everyone knows, crosses boundaries. It's the system part that is difficult. The easier things to do, which is what we do, so jahan system mila, hum usko pakad lete hain. So, a trade system, United Nations system, none of that is bad. I'm not criticizing you. What I'm saying is that this is how we start thinking about system. But the ambition ought to be, to pick up systems that are emergent. Okay. Now, how much time do you think we must have spent on the system part? Half an hour? Half an hour? Why did we do it? Why did we spend so much time on this particular thing? To see? No, man, I'm not so elementary, yaar. Come on, I'm not like kindergarten. No. Look at the, what is the purpose for which we are here? It is, of course, clearly, right? I mean, it's easy, but after a point it becomes easy in the same way that it is easy for Zia to swim. And shame on those of you who can't. Shame on myself also, I can't either. So, never going to travel on Titanic. Never mind. Yeah, what's your name? Zubair. Zubair, right? Try harder. Why did we spend so much time on this? System. Okay, so tell me more. You recall? You know the song, right? Wadiyan mera daman, raste meri bahein, jao mere siva tum kahan jaoge? That is international system. You can't run away from it, right? The problem is you have to learn to figure out where the wadi is and where the daman is. Yeah? Okay. Or rather rasta and you can, yeah, anyway. No. Why are we doing this? We are doing it because originality in scholarship will emerge only when we are able to see patterns that existing scholarship, for one reason or the other, has missed. This is straightforward. Anyone can do India-China relationship. Very easy. You see, you can't have a global south perspective on India-China relationship except to sort of say, oh, you know, they're both global south countries and so on and so forth. Fundamentally, they're playing power politics here. A realist will explain to you all the global south thing is nonsense. They're fundamentally power political actors, not going to take you anywhere. Transboundary phenomenon, what can you do? Straightforward. No. System. Originality in scholarship. Serious originality in scholarship has got something to do with the ability to see patterns that others are not seeing. And all I wanted to do was to come to patterns, because interactions produce patterns. And in order to talk about patterns and to put you in touch with why patterns are important, I had to put together the scaffolding of the system. Originality in scholarship, I repeat, originality in scholarship is very centrally linked to the ability to detect patterns. And we see patterns on the basis of our conditioning, on the basis of our interests, on the basis of our identity. I repeat, we see patterns on the basis of our conditioning, our interests, our identity. It could be our individual interest, individual identity, individual conditioning. It could be our collective conditioning. It could be the conditioning of anyone who identifies with the non-West, anyone who identifies with, you know, at one point in the 19th century, the region in which Aligarh is located, what was it called? Administrative term for administrative British. Before that, this Awadh. No, this is not Awadh. You know, there's a, in Pakistan there used to be a province. It was called Northwest Frontier Province. Yeah. Okay, look it up later. We'll, you know, we are here for some time. What am I saying? What am I? No. Think of Calcutta. Think of the British. Think of them capturing this thing. In relation to Calcutta, where would this place be? To north and to west. Northwest provinces. That's the point I wanted to make to you. If we are serious, like serious about doing positive theory building, generating new knowledge, if we are really serious about it, we need to understand the patterns of contemporary international relations. And patterns we will find if we know how to look for them, not where to look for them. The where our conditioning, identity and interests will tell us. But to know that there are patterns that exist, how to locate patterns is a thing that theory helps us with. Interaction easy, transboundary easy, systemic most difficult, because patterns generate systems. Have you ever asked yourself, you know, the Americans, they have this, you know, Hollywood has this world savior fantasy, right? Aliens attacking, the American president has to take a decision and the world will be saved. They have Superman. What is going on there? Have you? Now, I'm not wasting your time. I want to ask you a question. It's a very serious question. What's going on? How is it that the Americans are thinking about characters that are saving the world? And when we are thinking about international relations movies, we are thinking about airlift. Sorry? No, they feel their collective consciousness now encompasses the entirety of the globe. US is? It's not a narrative, it is a expression of the fact that they are in fact hegemonic. And you know who's now getting into that kind of a movie spirit? The Chinese are. And you know what the Chinese are doing? Chinese are, you know, the Americans used to tell us the aliens are coming, there is a asteroid here and we'll sort of, you know what the Chinese have done in one of their films? They've moved the entire earth to another orbit. Ab batao ji. You know, you can do Hoover Dam, we'll do 3 gorges, and they are now tired of 3 gorges, so they now told government of India, boss, we are building a dam on Brahmaputra, and once we build that dam, it'll be the my-bap of all the dams, can do whatever you want to. But the point I'm trying to make is that there is a serious expansion of their collective consciousness, which has allowed them to almost at will, if they like, think about the world as a whole. We at it. You can figure out what you want to say. But that's the, if you actually want to think big picture, the point that Professor Beg was making in the morning, criticism is good, important. We should know that our ideas are not represented, our voices are not represented, our concepts are not there, our theories are not there. Fair enough. How are you going to build them? You're going to build them, and not just, and it's not enough to say this is my concept. These days, you know, Kautilya said this, Arthashastra may happened this, or Barani said this, or you know, some concept came from Aine-Akbari and so on. Fair enough, yeah. How will you get others interested in your concepts if you can't transcend your culture, your religion, your region? You can only do that if you are able to see wider patterns in the world, and the originality will come when those patterns are the ones that are a function of your interests, your identity, your conditioning. Your identity, your interests and your conditioning, they are gifts to you, they are gifts to us. Pattern recognition is the theory, is the gift of theory to us. Yeah, this is the most important thing from the point of view of our enterprise today. Can we stop here, or should we just continue? I'm happy to continue for some time. We can continue. I don't have a problem. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. IR's ontology, or geopolitical multiplicity, is a trans-historical and a trans-geographical social reality. Clinched? Yeah, covered? Please give me a thumbs up, like both of your thumbs, please, so that, sir, you as well. Yes, okay, so you know, everyone's out of there. Yes, okay, right? So this is clinched. Interactivity and relationality are core to human social reality. Clinched? Clinched? Okay. And the 3 types of international phenomena, interstate, transboundary and systemic, they are all obtained wherever space and whenever geopolitical multiplicity obtains. Clinched? Yes, no. यार हम स्विट्जरलैंड की बात कर रहे हैं और आप नैनीताल चले गए. no, India and Pakistan are interacting, except that the mode of interaction is violent currently. Of course, they are interacting. I was kidding. Yes, but not just interstate, regional, systemic as well, and transboundary. Transboundary as well, and regional, systemic as well. Illegal migration part I don't know, but refugees we'll talk about when we build theory. In the second half, when we build theory, we'll come to this. Yeah? Okay, just to give you an example. Give me an example of refugees or illegal migration. The Rohingyas, where do they start? Myanmar. And what is the route they take? Cox's Bazar and so on and so forth. And then they come here. And where are they found within the body politic of India? Dispersed. They're everywhere. Migration, transboundary phenomenon? Transboundary phenomenon? Okay. Now, how do we as international relations scholars take interest in it? Somebody would say, oh, it's a human rights problem. It's a law problem, etc. It's an international relations problem as well. Why? Because if you want to do domestically, it's a governance challenge, you will have to work with the Myanmaris, you'll have to work with the Bangladeshis. Yeah? That linkage is the linkage that is our domain. Very often what happens is that we take, bleeding heart, right? Arey, bahut dard ho raha hai, poor refugees have come here. And we sort of, IR people go into refugee studies and start talking about the human rights of the refugees. Bleeding heart is good, but it's important to understand what is the proper IR element there, analytically speaking. Yeah? It's not wrong to study other elements. It's not wrong to study. I'm not saying that it's not wrong, that it's wrong to study. It's not. But we ought to know what is the proper IR element dimension there. With India-Pakistan relationship as well, bilateral relations are downgraded. Sorry, diplomatic relations are downgraded. Political conversation is non-existent, but military channels are not shut. Right? So there is an interaction that is going on. And now think about the systemic consequences of it. The fact that India and Pakistan are not at peace, it has had a direct casualty. And what is the casualty? The consequences of India and Pakistan being not at peace, it has taken a toll on what? Systemic. Systemic. Stability in South Asia. And forget about stability. Stability is a long shot. Basic level of trust is missing. The South Asian regional subsystem is fundamentally a function of the estrangement between India and Pakistan. Two actors, they have a relationship of estrangement. Their interaction is violent, it's contentious, and so on and so forth, and it has a effect on the. What have the Bhutanese done? Why shouldn't they not be, reap the benefits of regional integration, or the Nepalese? But they are not. Why? Because the Indians and the Pakistanis can't get along, right? These guys are interacting. Effects are general. Yeah. Okay. So let's get back to this. Ontology, transhistorical, transgeographical, interactivity and relationality, core to human social reality, and the three types of phenomena we can be sure are found wherever and whenever geopolitical multiplicity exists. Okay. These are the fundamentals of IR. Agreed? And they illustrate its universality. They illustrate its universality. What is universal if it is not something that is innate to you? What is universal if it does not apply to all of human affairs? What is universal if it does not impact each one of us? Right? And the fundamentals of IR, interactivity, relationality, the unpacking of geopolitical multiplicity, the fundamentals of IR are universal. And if the fundamentals of IR are universal, then I'm going to beg a following question to all of you. if the discipline's foundations are universally applicable and obtainable, then whose fault is it that the discipline is Eurocentric or Sinocentric or this centric or that centric? Is it the problem of the discipline, or is it the problem of its practitioners? Sorry. So, to say that the discipline is universal is to say that it must be universal in at least two ways, in terms of its applicability and in terms of its orientation, right? Okay. In terms of its application, its concepts, theories, organizing questions, methodologies should be useful and illuminating for any international situation, regardless of geography, culture, religion, economic profile or historical location. And we have established that the fundamentals of IR are universal in terms of their application. We've established this, right? Step by step, step by step, step by step. Arvind, we've done this, right? Establish kar diya humne. Zia will not sink now, right? We'll swim now. Yeah? Okay. I had a floating hope. Okay. Application is clear. In its application, IR is universal. Is it universal in its orientation? That's the problem. It must be open to say that IR must be universal in its orientation is to basically say this. I'm not very sure about it, but this is how tentatively how I'm thinking about it. It must be open to and it must reflect concepts, theories and questions that stem from international experiences regardless of their geography, culture, religion, economic profile or historical location. IR is universal in its application. Is it universal in its orientation? To say, and this is important because you want to unpack the whole question of universality. Is it open to concepts, theories and questions from international experiences regardless of their geography, etc., right? Is it open? That's a question. I will tell you that the question itself is meaningless a little later, but I'm glad that you said no. Yeah? But I'll show you that that question is not a good question to ask. The second is, does it reflect? That is a good question to ask. Okay. The first is a matter of intellectually grasping an objective reality, and we've intellectually established that IR is universal in terms of its applicability. In terms of its orientation, I've said two things. The question of whether it is open or not to diversity, somebody said no. I'm going to say that that's a non-question. The question is, does it reflect that diversity? That is a genuine question. The second involves the question of ascertaining whether the discipline is open to and reflects the world's diversity. Here's the thing. Sir, at any point you want me to stop, I will stop. Okay. Okay. So I'll do intermission and keep everyone on tenterhooks with this. Okay. Is IR universal in its orientation? IR's ontology is universal. Clear हो गया? Clinch कर लिया हमने? ठीक है. WhatsApp पे message आया? क्या आया? बता दीजिए. Yeah? But it is a modern academic discipline. IR's ontology is universal, but it is a modern academic discipline. It's very important that we do this carefully. It is a result of self-conscious academic scholarship carried out in the modern period, mostly over the past century, in institutionalized spaces of knowledge and practice in universities, in governments, in research institutes and think tanks. IR जिस चीज को पढ़ना समझना चाहता है, जो उसकी दिक्कतें हैं, जिन दिक्कतों से वो जूझता है, those are universal. But IR itself as a discipline is a modern entity, right? The problems of physics existed before physics as an academic discipline existed, and it's so important to make that distinction, to remember that. It has obviously been shaped by real world material disparities, as Benjamin would say, core periphery dynamics that shape knowledge production. So if there is asymmetry in the world, that asymmetry will reflect in IR as well. Remember this. Why there is widespread perception that IR is exclusionary, white male centric, Eurocentric, falsely universal, inadequately unreflective and unrepresentative. You've come across this, right? Eurocentric है, Western centric है, white male centric है, हमारे diversity को express नहीं करता है, हमारे ideas आते ही नहीं हैं, कोई कहता है कि वो चोला, whatever, you know, you've heard this, right? You have, right? Everyone's heard it? Yeah? Okay. How many of you agree with it? खुल के कर लीजिए, I'm politically incorrect, but that doesn't mean that you have to agree with me. Yeah? Okay, you agree with that? These are bold claims. Here's the thing. If you want to say that it is Eurocentric, you must first tell me what you mean by Eurocentric in the context of international relations. If you tell me that this is a white male centric discipline, you'll have to tell me what makes it a white male centric element. Like, where is the proof for it? Proof is obviously there, right? But point I'm trying to make is just a thing to remember. These are very bold claims to make. So we need very rigorous marshalling of analysis, marshalling and analysis of evidence. So we have to be very, very cautious. There is a problem there, but we need to be very cautious about how we formulate and express that problem. Prima facie, it does appear that IR is a Western Eurocentric discipline dominated by white men. A lot of them are dead. Prima facie evidence is there. How do we know? Our reading list. Let's just see if this is the case. Most scholars on our reading list, are they non-Western, Western? Our textbooks, how many of you have read The Globalization of World Politics? Yeah. Our concepts, deterrence, balance of power, this, that, etc. R2P, kahan hai pata nahi hai, genocide, anyway, not talk about it. The questions we ask, the questions also are coming from somewhere. Our methods, our leading journals, major conferences, professional societies, funding patterns, scholarly recognition. आप चाहे जितना अच्छा काम कर लीजिए, recognition नहीं मिलेगा आपको, right? So we know that all of these things prima facie appear to be true, right? All of these reflect the above elements and don't reflect the non-West in terms of ideas, people, organization, resources and recognition. Prima facie looks like it. I agree. This is a problem and it's an important problem. How do we address it? After lunch. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely.
As you talked about the ontology of IR. So if this is the ontology, then what is the epistemology of IR?
We are coming to that, right?
No, it's okay, but my question is that I think we are I got confused because whatever sources you discuss, I think they are also the part of the epistemology of IR. Not only the ontology. Ontology just talk about the origin of that discipline as well as the nature of that discipline. But whatever we have discussed so far, they were the sources of the IR, as per my understanding. Second is, you talked about geopolitical multiplicity. So basically from where you have taken this term, that it is the ontology of the discipline IR, and use a term transnational. Okay. But there is another term as well, multinational. So why that term was missing?
So 3 questions. Maybe we are using the terms ontology. Okay, let's discuss it over lunch then. Thank you.
just keep it here, no? No problem. Okay. We'll just remove this so that the, we'll connect the, it's doing okay, but we can still just connect the charger so that it charges, and then we are good.
मेरा वाला मैं क्या बोलूँगा जैसे लाइव मुझे सोच के रख
The projector is not on. Is it here? Careful, careful. Okay, let's begin. So, when we paused, the question was that we know that prima facie there is a problem. We know that the discipline does not, prima facie it appears that it does not reflect the diversity that we would like it to reflect. And the question is therefore, there is a problem. Why is this happening? Projection, do you have to? Oh, okay, great. Right, so we know that there is a problem and we asked ourselves what is it that we can, what is it that we should do about it? How do we address it? Now, the response that usually comes our way is to blame the discipline. And on how many occasions have we come across this notion that the discipline of IR excludes, marginalizes, filters out, right? My submission to you is that the discipline is an outcome. It is not an actor. The discipline, IR is an outcome. It is not an actor. IR cannot do anything. IR is a function of the work that we do, scholars do. And so what we need to focus on is aspects that prevent IR from possessing and reflecting a universal orientation. That's our job, right? How do we get IR to possess and reflect the universality that we talked about, which is a part of its ontology, part of its theoretical infrastructure. One way to do that, of course, is to create new knowledge, right? Create new concepts, theories, questions, methods, etc. And we can do this by seeing what work has already been done and how we can build upon it. Divyaraj is where? Yeah, Divyaraj just asked a question, if you don't mind my telling everyone, right? I want to develop a theory. I also want to develop a theory, right? But in order to develop a theory, in order to come up with a concept, in order to come up with interesting questions that are new, for all of this, small words, small letters, examples of the work that has already been done. And here's the interesting part. Each example that I will give you will do two things for you. One, it will reflect at least one of the elements of IR that we covered initially. Each example will. And secondly, each example will show that the questions about Eurocentrism, post-coloniality, white maleness, etc., those questions have already been addressed. And third, each example that I will give you will be from India. Fourth, each example that I will show you, most examples that I will show you, will not be from JNU. They will not also be from Delhi. And all examples would be of international relations. Okay? My point is to just give you a flavor of the work that people have already done, and I will go back to over 100 years. I'll start with 1920. The reason I will do that is to just give you a flavor of the work that has already been done. More importantly, give you a sense of for how long we have been thinking about the same set of questions that we are concerned with today. That does not mean the questions are not important. What it means is there's so much work that they are so important that we've been thinking about them for over 100 years. And when we know what work has already happened, we can learn from what has worked and what has not worked. Right? We're good so far? Okay. How many of you are ready to sleep now in the next 2 minutes after all the heavy lunch? Okay, good. Just stay with me. Examples coming your way. Madras, 1952. There used to be a journal called the Indian Yearbook of International Affairs. There is a conventional story of IR that is told in India. IR, first institution of IR, research institution, ICWA, first school of international studies, SIS starts, it's an offshoot of ICWA and so on and so forth, right? And all the IR that happened in JNU therefore, or between ICWA and, not true. Just look at this, 1952, Madras, Indian Yearbook of International Affairs. I don't know if you can read it, but I will read it out for you. At the end of 1951, a team of scholars formed a study group of international affairs at the University of Madras, 1952. Its purpose is to coordinate research in 3 subjects: international law, international relations, and international economics. Look at this. Are we thinking about international affairs in such an integrated fashion today? Just placing it before you. Who's the editor of this yearbook? Who starts it? Charles Henry Alexandrovich. Does anyone know who Charles Henry Alexandrovich is? We'll come back to him in a bit. Very interesting story. Okay. Now look at the table of contents. The first piece, India and the Balance of Power, written by G.S. Bajpai. Who was G.S. Bajpai? Grandfather. Yeah, but he was also the first and the last Secretary General of the Ministry of External Affairs. ICS moved into this and so on and so forth. Here's a paper on, and he starts by referring to Thucydides. We don't have a realist tradition. Example. And you just go through the list of the content and the kind of material that is featuring there. Almost every single question that we are concerned with today, the authors there are concerned with as well. First example, remember, Madras, 1952. Second example, Hyderabad, 1975. Osmania University, Professor H.K. Sherwani. There is in 1975, Government of Andhra Pradesh publishes a felicitation volume for Professor Sherwani. Yeah? And this volume is on studies in foreign relations of India. Remember, Studies in Foreign Relations of India. In Hyderabad, not in Delhi, not in JNU. Who's publishing it? Government of Andhra Pradesh. Look at this here. Professor H.K. Sherwani was the head of the Department of History and Politics when I entered. This is the Nawab Yawar Ali Jung, University of Osmania in 1927, etc. Ask yourself, a felicitation volume on foreign relations of India for a professor of history and politics. Make what you want to of it, I am just giving you examples of this, but I want to draw your attention to the table of contents there. A very small, and I will have to use my glasses as well, but if you paid attention to them, there are all kinds of very interesting things going on. There is India and world historical context, etc. But the first, the second paper here, India's relations with countries in Asia, political and cultural, from some BC to 1300 AD, is by Professor R.C. Majumdar. Historians have contributed to questions of historical foreign policy questions in a volume like this. But there is something else, questions that we do not talk about. One of these chapters is on foreign influences on the architecture of the Taj Mahal. How does discipline develop? Disciplines develop by virtue of publications, by virtue of scholars coming together. So imagine a situation in which you have a book in which is called Foreign Studies in Foreign Relations of India, in which you have somebody writing a chapter on the foreign influences on the architecture of Taj Mahal. How creative. And entirely IR. Why? What is this, if you like, Indo-Muslim aesthetics? I do not know what the exact term is, but if you want to sort of call it Indo-Muslim aesthetic, it is a aesthetic that is born of the encounter of two cultural complexes, right? And that interaction has produced a distinct aesthetic style. Aesthetics are produced by international relations, right? And you have an example of this here. I don't know if anyone has seen Mahmud Ghazni's coins, mint on one side, it's Shahadas published on it. On one side, it's in Sharda script, Sanskrit, and on the other side, it is in Arabic. The same idea that there is no God but Allah. In Sanskrit, the same thing is written on the same coin, Ekam Sat, something, something, and something, something. One coin. On one side, the same idea is expressed in Sanskrit, in Sharda script, Mahmud Ghazni's coin. On the other side, the same is written in Arabic. What's going on? What is going on? International relations. Yeah, it's shaping our everyday. My point, just to sort of grasp, when we are training ourselves to be serious international relations scholar, we need to see the international all around us. Just look at this attire. What do you have? What am I wearing right now? The top attire, shortened kurta, modernized, yeah. And what am I wearing? Niche, trousers. It's a combination, Indo-Western if you like, modernized to current aesthetics, and pretentiously sold by Fab India. Fab India combination. I'm giving you small examples, but the point is the same. International affairs are happening all around us at all points. There's a little bit of China in everyone's life, including on the screens that you are sort of. Anyway, so that's the second example, serious example. Let's take a look at the third one. Calcutta, 1982. Professor Jayantanuja Bandyopadhyay, IFS, becomes Professor of International Relations at Jadavpur University. 1982. What is the name of the book? North versus South. North over South, sorry. A non-Western perspective of international relations. My only request, and I say this to my students as well, PhD students, They come to me and say, you know, I want to work on non-Western international relations. Have you read Professor Bandyopadhyay? Simple question. And here's why. Look at the content here. Imperialism and international relations, racism and international relations, disarmament, development, world order, strategy for new international economic order, national character, structure of international order, non-alignment, climate, 1982. How many of these concerns are contemporary, you think? All of them. All of them, right? Just placing it before you for your consideration. Professor Bandyopadhyay, by the way, in 1993 also wrote, not surprisingly, a general theory of international relations. Are we aware of it? People have done that work. Good or bad, I don't know. But the work has already, people have attempted work. And it's good to sort of see what people have done so that we can ask ourselves whether it is, whether, you know, why reinvent the wheel when work is already done? Let's see what's there. Fourth example, Baroda, 1976. Professor A.P. Rana describes his own work as the first proto-theory of Indian non-alignment. Not Delhi, Baroda. It's a giant. Professor Beg will tell you, previous generation people will tell you, absolute giant of the field. Didn't work out of Delhi. And he was, he gave Professor Kanti Bajpai his first job in Baroda. Look at the first part, capability analysis. The second part is where culture is featuring so centrally into into his analytical framework for India's non-alignment. And there's a fantastic chapter there. The perspective of political culture, India's political culture towards the derivation of some basic orientations. 45 pages of extraordinary mining of India's intellectual history to distill the concept of anarchy as it obtains in Indian political thinking. It's there. Next one, 1974, Delhi, not JNU. You're familiar with the name, right? Rajni Kothari? My generation, earlier people would know. I don't know how many of you are familiar with it. Okay, Rajni Kothari, do you associate him with IR or with political science mostly? Political science, right? Political science kind of stuff. Which is to say, IR in the sense, do you think that he was writing on foreign policy and so on and so forth? Not really. He has a book. It's a fantastic work. There used to be in the 1970s something called the World Orders Models Project. And the idea was that the Cold War had locked people's imagination and everyone was stuck. We needed alternatives for international order. So you had a whole range of new people who came up with international ideas about what an alternative international order could look like. Other pieces, other contributions in this were by Professor Ali Mazrui, the giant of African international relations. There was Richard Fogg, there was Johann Galtung, and there was Rajni Kothari. CSDS, not JNU, not IR. Okay. Now look at the dedication there. The value of autonomy and struggle to achieve it under conditions that violate it for large part of human race and are central themes in this book. It also offers a perspective on building a viable structure of interdependence, things that came up in our discussion this morning. In the world and as a means to that end, strategies for regional cooperation and pooling of efforts and resources at various levels. Jawaharlal Nehru, it's dedicated to Nehru and to Julius Nyerere. Something else, just look at this. The publication of this volume is a result of collaboration of 4 publishing houses. The Free Press, New York, Ghana Publishing Corporation, Accra, North Holland Publishing Company, Amsterdam, Orient Longman, India. Collaboration. Yeah. New Delhi, 1973, related to JNU, but interesting because of that. Now here's a, oh. Can somebody read that for us? Read it out loud. Somebody volunteers to read it for us. Yes. Leave that aside. With the. Okay. What is the picture that is emerging in that little excerpt? Organized international domain, sovereign state, etc. Yeah. Now, what have I written here? International law decolonizes 18th century South Asia. Does any student of modern history here, or somebody who takes interest in modern history, 18th century South Asian history? Okay, what happened in 1707? Of course, what happened? We know what happened, right? What happened in 1707? Death of Aurangzeb. What is the narrative about what followed in Hindustan after the death of Aurangzeb? Decline of Mughals. What else? There is a concept of, and the British gave that concept to us, it's called the Great Anarchy. And their argument was that after the collapse, after the death of Emperor Aurangzeb, there ensued a century of anarchy. And the British had to turn from a trading interest into an empire building machine in order to tame this anarchy. Remember what I am talking about? Anarchy. And the idea that it was anarchy that they had tamed, the great anarchy that they had tamed, was the ideology on which the British ruled. Remember, it's so central, it has not been studied. Hint, hint, something to work on. The great anarchy. Okay. You recall in 1940s when this is in the context of the Quit India movement, what did Gandhi say to the British? Quit India, Bharat Chodo, but he also said something else. Do or die, okay. He said, leave India to God, or what were the two things he said? You leave India, you go, and you can leave India to God, or anyone? Anarchy. He said, leave India to God or anarchy. The anarchy that he was saying, you go, you leave India to that anarchy, was the anarchy that the British were saying. Hum chale jayenge, anarchy aa jayegi. He said, no, go. You don't bother, we'll manage it. Okay. Jawaharlal Nehru, Discovery of India, spends about 13-14 pages discussing 18th century South Asia. Nagendra Singh was a justice of the International Court of Justice, a judge on the International Court of Justice. First Indian, yeah. Nehru Sahab asked him to come and do IR scholarship. He is decolonizing 18th century South Asia. What is decolonization? The colonial narratives about us needs to be countered. And there was nothing more fictitious. Actually, I don't know, there was a fair bit of chaos. But where the British said there was nothing, there was only ruin and fire, Nagendra Singh says, that there is a full-fledged civilized international domain there, where you have several large and small states conducting interstate intercourse adhering to some recognized legal regulation. In 1883 or 1888, Professor John Robert Seeley wrote a book called Expansion of England, in which he had an entire section. It's called Expansion of England into India. It's called How We Conquered India, where he says India is I mean, you know, you remember this thing that the British conquered India in a fit of absent-mindedness? One of the things he says that India was politically dead. There was no India in the 18th century. Look at what he's saying. Not only was there no India, there was a full-fledged international domain here. You had sovereign states that were carrying out interstate intercourse. There is no better example, no stronger example of decolonization that I have seen coming out, and not today, 1973. Just placing it before you. You recall Madras 1952, Charles Henry Alexandrovich, Polish scholar, spent 10 years in India, in Madras, launched the Indian Yearbook on International Affairs. This is what Professor Chimney has to say about him. Charles Henry Alexandrovich, preface, was a scholar who was among the first to conceptualize, mark my words, sorry, listen to what I'm saying here, history of international law as that of intersecting histories of different regions of the world. Alexandrovich was aware that while the idea of writing a global history of law of nations is liberating, there is no guarantee that it will not become the handmaiden of contemporary and future imperial projects. What were needed was critical global histories that provincialize established Eurocentric historiographies and read them alongside other regional histories. Professor Alexandrovich's work pushing back against the notion that international law was of European origin was done in India, in Madras, between 1951 and 1961. And there are two things that I want to draw your attention to. This is one. International law is considered the product of events and dealings between sovereign states which took place in Christian community in Europe, right? Standard Eurocentric thing. Historians of international law have until recently concentrated on the influence of Europe, etc. There is, however, and this is where IR training comes in, no reason to believe that similar institutions were not evolved in similar circumstances in other parts of the world. Ahmed, what are we referring to here? Starts with U, ends with Y. Not university, but universality. If the circumstances were there, you would have similar institutions present there. The Indian subcontinent, with its rich variety of political organizations, is an open and inviting field of research for the historian of international law and relations. When is this? Early 1950s. And what is it a pushback against? Euro-centrism. A few more. Nagendra Singh says, 18th century, Hindustan, international domain. Look at what he says, Alexandrovich. And this is from this, this chapter here, Mughal sovereignty and the law of nations. He says that had it also proved possible to achieve a balance of power between the emancipated rulers of India under, for example, Maratha leadership, India could have witnessed the establishment of its own concert of powers and its own public law in the same way as Europe. Conditions were there, but the Mughals collapsed sooner than they should have collapsed. Okay? More importantly, he says, the collapse of the Mughal empire made the position of China highly vulnerable and ultimately resulted in the breakdown of, I've omitted it out, Asian international relations. Look at the way he's thinking about it. If the Mughals had held, if the transition from the Mughals to Marathas had happened without a major chaos, the international dynamics of Asia would have been very different. 1950s. Serious geopolitical thinking at the intersection of international law and International Relations. Benjamin, you're with me here? (1920) Calcutta. International law scholarship pushes against Euro-centrism. Nor could we, in the face of modern researches, attribute the rules of international law solely to modern European ingenuity, to modern European thought, to modern European culture, and to the powerful writings of European jurists like Grotius, Rachel, Ayala, Pufendorf, Vettel, and so on and so forth. From what has been said above, it would appear that rules of international law are not exclusively of European origin. 1920, Calcutta, Pramatnath Bandyopadhyay. Calcutta University Press. Trichy, anyone from Kerala here? Trichy, Trichinopoly. No, that's not Kerala, that's Tamil Nadu, no? Tamil Nadu, yeah, sorry. Okay, 1925. World War I inspires a methodologically sensitive scholarship on international law in early India. Just look at the motivation. The subject of the following book was suggested to me by the Great War of 1914, which witnessed rather sweeping changes in the European law of nations. Look at the scholars thinking. That war has happened. It has had consequences. It has shaken the foundations of international law. Let's see what is found in my part of the world. And then look at cruelty among civilized nations of modern times. Let us try to discover the rules of conduct that guided the states in ancient India in millenniums gone by. The subject is one beset with obvious difficulties. We should be on our guard against projecting modern ideas of political philosophy into a far off age in the history of this vast continent, where there was admittedly a great variety of local customs and usages. Absolutely clear about methodological issues involved in presentist understandings of past. Final element, globality. Out of Trichy, published by Longmans, Green and Company, Bombay, which has offices in Calcutta and Madras, but also in London, New York and Toronto. Global scholarship. Pushing back against Eurocentrism, international law in 1925, not from Delhi, and my final example. It's extraordinary example. Lanka Sundaram. Have you come across the name before? No? Lanka Sundaram. The first Indian to publish a journal article in a journal that is today called International Affairs. It's a top 10 journal, and that in 1930 was called Journal of Royal Institute of International Affairs. It's called the International Status of India. Lanka Sundaram, Vijayawada, establishes something called Indian Institute of International Affairs, IIIA. And my friend Vineet has done some research on it. He establishes Indian Institute of International Affairs in Bezwada in the 1930s, and he writes to Royal Institute of International Affairs and says that, let there be an affiliation between you and us, etc. Doesn't go anywhere. But what I'm saying is, you have an Indian scholar operating not out of Delhi, publishing in the top ranked imperial journal of the time. Very hard to get in. But there's something else. Alfred Zimmern, Charles A. Manning, these are canonical names in English School of International Affairs. Dr. Lanka Sundaram has a volume co-authored with them on India's international relations. And here's a backstory to it. That volume emerges from something called the Oxford University Gandhi Group. Gandhi is still very much, he's not Mahatma, I mean he's Mahatma, but he's still an active politician at this moment. The Oxford University Gandhi Group, it's coming from there. Just look at the number of interlinkages there. He also, where is it? Yeah, he also in the 1940s, 44, writes a book called India and World Politics, where he's basically synthesized all of his thinking about India in the through the 1930s and early 1940s. Those were my examples. These are just, so now I'm going to say provocative things. You don't have to believe me. These are personal positions. But I'm just going to push them before you. I believe that the West, non-West binary is untenable. Stanley Hoffman is famous for saying that, questioning the notion, or at least sort of suggesting that IR is a Western social science. My reading of evidence about Indian international relations scholarship, of which I have only given you a scattered evidence. It's all coming out into a paper, which is why IR is not a Western or an American social science. This is how I put it. It is a social science born of intellectual responses to modern international problems. And Indians have played a major role in shaping it, collaboratively, critically, creatively. I repeat those words: collaboratively, critically, creatively. Not an American social science, not an Indian social science. It's not a good idea to think of IR as Indian IR, Pakistani IR, Western IR, American IR. IR is IR. It's a modern social science to which intellectuals, wherever they can contribute, are contributing, because they are seized of international challenges of their times. All the examples that I've given you are all examples of academic scholarship. They're all first-rate scholarship going back 105 years. And they are concerned with exactly the questions that we are concerned with today. Second, so to me, this West, non-West binary when it comes to knowledge, at least IR is concerned, it's untenable. IR is IR, it's a modern social science in which contributions have come from everywhere, is how I think about it. Second, context matters. If we practice our discipline according to its fundamentals while being aware of our context, we will address the most substantive questions of our times. Context matters a great deal. Where are we located? What is our identity? What are our interests? If we are aware of all of those, we'll invariably start asking very good questions and most important questions. Hello people over there, sorry I wasn't looking at all of you. You can hear me at the back, right? Excellent, thank you. They're my comrades, they're like real comrades. Okay, third, the myth of Delhi centricity. There is this huge myth that IR developed at SIS. Fantastic work has been done consistently away from SIS, away from Delhi. Fantastic work. I've just given you examples of this and many, many more. Right. I completely agree. It's quite possible that that is there. I haven't looked at that material, but I'm very sure that that is the case. You can just add Aligarh to it. Calcutta, Vijayawada, Trichinopoly, Baroda, Hyderabad, Madras, Aligarh, potentially Allahabad as well, because there was a lot of publication going on there as well. So all of these places. IR is not Delhi centric also. Globally engaged, fully aware, fully participatory. People here are responding to the war and saying, oh, the war has happened, it is my problem. Today, very often, you know, that war is going on, that's their problem. Hamara problem global south ka hai. Why this sectarianism? Even if it is you know, third world sectarianism. Why sectarianism? Sorry, I said that I will say very things that are provocative, only to make you think. You don't have to agree with me. But why this sectarianism? Problem is a problem. We have the intellectual resources. There's a major problem that is happening anywhere. It's a global problem, right? That's a Western problem. That's a non-Western problem. Why? Globally engaged in terms of issues that they analyzed, in terms of collaborations that they forged, in terms of histories that they examined. Critical, but also creative. And it's one of the things that I tell my students very often, that a good scholar is not just Divyaraj, not okay. A good scholar is not only critical, they are also creative. And can you think of the best example of creativity from all of the examples that we covered so far? Which one do you think was the most creative forms of scholarship? Right? And across arts, aesthetics, and that's the one, right? Extraordinarily creative. Be creative. So they're creative, they are critical, combining both those elements. Emancipatory universalism. What prevents me from the point that Professor Beg said in the morning? By all means respond to the dominant injustices, but make a statement that will replace, that will be acceptable to others beyond your identity, beyond your culture, beyond your region, etc. Footsteps into the future is a blueprint for how to organize another international order for anyone from any part of the world. Final slide, therefore. My request, not my request, my 2 pence on this is, think our task fundamentally is to practice our discipline in a robust fashion, as strongly, as frankly, and with as much honesty and transparency as we can. And there are 2 things that are important to it. One is a firm grasp of the fundamentals of the discipline, very clear about what the discipline's fundamentals are, and awareness of the history of the discipline in your part of the world. Before we sort of say, I want to work on this, etc., let's see what work has already been done. And there's a lot of work that has happened. Thank you for your patience. Happy to take your questions now.
Hello, sir. So my question is, how to put and study deep state's role in international relations, sir? To put
deep state. Deep state. It's not a category that I work with. Gosh, well, I'll just take this off. It's not a, deep state is not a concept. It's not a concept that I work with because I don't think it is amenable to social science analysis. How do I, what are the boundaries of the deep state? Is it the intelligence apparatus? Is it the elite capitalists? Is it the military industrial complex? Unless I know what the boundaries of a particular actor is, I don't know how to analyze and how to study. So it's a factor, it's not something that I will ever use in my analysis. It's a limitation, it could be, but I'd rather be limited in what I say than be unsure of what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? So it's a category that I will not work with, deep state. I would work with, for example, the role of intelligence agencies in shaping international relations, or of military, industrial organizations in shaping international relations. But this complex of the deep state, it's not an analytical category for me. Okay. Yeah. What's your name? Sakshi.
You don't see international relations as Eurocentric, but we don't recognize major scholars in India which are related to international relations. And plus we are studying theories which are developed by Western thinkers like realism, liberalism. All major theories are related to West. So how do you
How do I?
How do I respond to that?
Yeah, I will respond to it. No, it's fine. Recall that I didn't say that there is no Euro-centrism. What I'm saying is that Eurocentrism has been responded to and has been pushed back against for a very long time. What I have said is that the West non-West binary is untenable. It does not stand the test of scrutiny because to me IR is a modern social science that has emerged because intellectuals have responded in a systematic fashion. Scholars have responded in a systematic fashion to the biggest international challenges of their times. So to me, it is neither Indian nor American nor Western, etc. That's one part. Is there Eurocentrism? Yes. How does it reflect? In precisely the things that you said. Yeah. Is that a problem of the discipline? No, it's how the discipline is getting practiced. But is it the problem of the practitioners? Not entirely. It is a problem of the way in which the world is structured. The West ruled for a very long time. So they had a head start and all the rest of it, right? Being aware of, so it's important to unpack the problem of Eurocentrism. Who's responsible for it? What form is it taking? And what is it that we can do about it? And I have only chipped away at a very small part of it, which is the one thing that we can do about it is to ask ourselves, are we the first ones to confront the problem of Eurocentrism? And are we the first ones? When did we start doing it? At least this evidence. 105 years ago. You can go back further, there'll be more examples. But this is a conscious IR example. Okay? So Eurocentrism is a reality. Now, the third part, and again, this is not something, so this leads a lot of, this position that I'm now going to articulate, leads a lot of my colleagues to sort of tell me that I'm basically a slave of the West. My position on that always is, it does not matter where the theory has come from. To me, what matters is, does it help me understand the question that I think is important? You know, the scholar of physics को ये सवाल उठता ही नहीं है. वो कभी ये नहीं बोलते हैं कि भाई शंकराचार्य से पूछने जाएं physics. Sorry, you know, they never have this thing. They don't say, oh, Newton was Western, so I will not study Newton. Never. The question does not occur to them. Why is it that it is a question for us? Why should I study Kenneth Waltz? My question is, if you are interested in power politics, if you are interested in balance of power, can you avoid Kenneth Waltz and still study and still study balance of power? No, you can't. If you're interested in human rights, should you still study Kenneth Waltz? No. Horses for courses, right? If it works, if it is useful for you, to me, if it is useful to me, it does not matter where it's coming from. That's number one. Number two, that was personal. The other thing is, in my assessment, what are the leading problems of the day? If the leading problems of the day are not addressed by the theories that I am studying, then I need to look for new theories that address what I think are the leading problems of the day, which is very different from leading problem for me. Right? So if you disaggregate that question, this is how. So this is how I sort of think about it. Hmm?
Okay.
No, someone else. Yeah. It's fine. You can just speak. Excellent question. Your name again? Okay, so two part. One is there is nothing invalid about an anarchy-oriented understanding of international relations. First point. You can, a great deal of very important uh, um, developments in international affairs can be understood by positing anarchy. The problem is that if you think about the international domain as marked by anarchy, then the questions that you are bound to be interested in are questions around security, power politics. Everything else becomes secondary. Sure, right? Because in the absence of government, might makes right, dog eat dog world, bound to happen. So you see, but that is not all that is happening in international relations, is it? So much going on. But the anarchy-oriented understanding of international relations creates a hierarchy. On top of it, security, power politics, more important things, other things less important. Not how I want to think about it. And I'll tell you why. You said this very clearly, because international relations are a result of nations interacting with each other. There is a certain sequentiality there, and sequentiality is, the assumption is, nations came first, and then they started interacting. Can I reverse it for you? The international was there from the very beginning. Nations are a product of international interactions. Nations are produced by international relations. Nations don't produce international relations. Because it is this problem. Because you say nations are producing international relations, and nations have government, order, so international relations must also have this order. This is called the intellectual bias imposed by the sovereign state on the international domain. It doesn't have to be like this. Because if we just take hold of the fact that it has always been like this, the international domain has always been there. People have come, gone. I don't know. I don't want to get into it. But that was, so that's one part of the response. The second part is, What was the second point about? Yeah. So, what is the problem? So, two parts. What is the problem if you study a very fine work of Western IR scholarship? I want to understand, like, which part of it is problematic. So, what is the problem? But what is the problem? So contribute to each one of these theories. So you can contribute to each one of these theories. Absolutely. Sorry? So that is, so exactly, so that is your as in our problem. That is not the problem of the discipline. So we need to work on our academic and knowledge. It's a very complex thing, but my feeling is it's something that we need to address at our level as opposed to blaming IR. I'm just saying. So the answer, so one model that I have given is precisely this, right? Just these two things. Have our fundamentals clear and see what work has already been done, and then build upon the work that has already been done. There's an advantage there, and the advantage is if somebody say, produces a fine piece of scholarship, no, and they've asked roughly the same question that you have asked, then they have thought about some things and they have got some things right and some things wrong. There is enough that is already there which you don't have to repeat your labor on. Work has already been done, and avoiding repetition is an important task, right? Finite resources. That's why we should read what has already been done, and clues will come from there. Just to give you an example, if you want to ask yourself this very simple question, okay, I want to create another theory, read Jayantanuja Bandyopadhyay, no, please, and see where the problem lies. Is the theory not working, or is it because he was a non-Western scholar away from Delhi that he did not get the same recognition? It could just be a sociological rather than an intellectual problem, right? So the work is already there. It's good to sort of see what work is there and build upon it, rather than sort of say, hang on, I'm the first person to whom. I'm not saying that you're the one, right? Yeah, obviously not. But the spirit of the age is कि हमारे पास ये problems आएंगे. It's not true. Yeah. Yes. So, not a scholar of international law. I am not. So, in one way, I will not be able to answer that question. What? The legal understanding of states. No. IR, so IR, there's a legal understanding of states, right? Which is a state is sovereign in the Westphalian sense, which is to say that they declare that they are sovereign and there is recognition of that sovereignty by others, right? In that sense, in terms of international law, the value and worth of each state is the same as the value and worth of all the other states down to an individual. Yeah, that's the international law position. Legally, they're all equal because they're all sovereign. In terms of international politics, obviously this is not the case because formal juridical equality coexists with substantive hierarchy, inequality. Some are more powerful and some are less. To me, international relations occur at the intersection of formal equality and substantive inequality. States are formally equal, substantively unequal. And it is this interaction that to me produces international affairs. So a purely legal definition of the sovereign state is not tenable for me. But again, I'm not a scholar of international law, so I will not be able to comment on the small states dimension of the question. Okay. Yes. Can you give him the mic, please? It's okay. So, substantive question. I'll leave that to you. You should figure it out for yourself. I have an answer, but I will not. Such a substantive question. I'll take method-related questions. Substantive questions we can talk separately. I think that there are patterns emerging, but we don't want to talk about it here.
Hello.
Yes, I saw him first. Yes. Again, your name. Mohammed Saif, yes. The first is epistemic resistance. What is the second one? I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Sir, my question is that majorly when we start from in IR, so basically all theories, major theories like liberalism, realism, or constructivism, all these theories basically coming from the Western world. So, what do you think that how these scholars have contributed in terms of epistemic resistance for the global South? How these scholars counter these things? Second thing is that institutional domination is there, sir. Like we already know about the SAP program and all these things, that how these theories are already suiting these interests of the Western world. So how these scholarship are able to counter these things?
What you're calling epistemic resistance is obviously there, and you've got example of it, evidence of it, right? But I don't think that they are. I don't think that these theories are really the best way in which they are offering that, mounting that epistemic resistance. Very long question. Happy to talk about it bilaterally. It's a very, very long question. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll share the email of Atul, and you can later on send your queries to him because that can go on and on. And now I think it has been a very interesting session with Atul, and we would like to honor him with a memento here. So this is a memento for you.
Thank you, sir.
Others got it in the morning for doing nothing, but he has actually earned this. So great. So on behalf of the Department of Political Science and the GIAN team, we'd like to thank you for sparing your time, coming over here and sharing your views with our students. The next session would be done by Dr. Rahat Hassan, so it will immediately start. So just bear with us. Rahat, you'll start just now.
ग्रुप फोटो जी सर
सर इधर आ जाओ
ग्रुप फोटो के लिए
नहीं वो नहीं सर इधर जाएंगे
वहीं रहे सर
ये जाएंगे पैसे दे दो सबको लाना आसान है हाँ जाएंगे
वहाँ से भी
एक आदमी से फोटो ले तो एक आदमी आ जाइए ये फोल्डर में आवाज ठीक है ना once the PPT is going to open so I'm interacting with you as a course coordinator so there are certain feedback that I have wish to receive from you that any problem that you people have so far classes everything is right You are comfortable here. The another thing is that there are certain guidelines of the GIAN related to conduct of the GIAN course. Few things are very mandatory. The first is your attendance. Every day you have to ensure your attendance that has to be shared with the GIAN course. So which is very mandatory that we need to submit to the GIAN which is regulated by the IIT Hyderabad. The first thing is what? That is your attendance. Every day attendance you must ensure that. Number one. Number two, there will be a feedback form. So at the end of any classes, we will share one feedback form, and you have to fill that one, and we will collect it back. So that we will also share with the IIT GIAN also. So the feedback is the second thing. First is your attendance, and third is your certificate and other kind of things that we will give you time to time. Whatever things that will be required. GIAN से होगा. GIAN lecture. So anything you want to share with me? Exam is mandatory again, and it will be very simple. Don't worry about it. We cannot open it, but you all know about it because we are live. So uh, so probably that will be objective. Okay. So probably it's like a 10 to 20 questions that we will give you as a MCQ. Okay, and then after we will evaluate that, and then certificate distribution. That is the framework of that. So the topic, I am Rahat Hassan formally. I am Rahat Hassan, Department of Assistant Professor in the Department of Political Science here. And as a local coordinator, I am very busy in organizing all kind of things, but one lectures I have scheduled. And the topic of that particular lecture is the talk is the India and the making of the global international relations. Clear? So better is not to stand here. I will be there just to have an interactive kind of thing. So this is the I'm audible probably. Yeah. It's more like a kind of interactions from the lecture also, because we have already discussed a lot of things about the globalization, impact of globalization, and the basic nature of the course discipline of international relations. So that we have already discussed a lot. I'm audible? Okay. So the topic is India and the making of global international relations. So there are two components of the topic. The many of the things we already have done in the first two classes that is given by Atul Mishra. And we also in the introductory inaugural session we discussed a lot of things about the course that is the post-colonialism and global international relations. So in that way there are two important components of the topic. One is the making of the global international relations, which means the one component is the global international relation, another is the Indian contribution in making the global international relations. That is the two important component of that. So probably both aspect of that topic, that is India and the global international relations, that is touched upon by the Atul Mishra in the two previous classes. So whatever he has done, we will not touch upon that. Whatever he left, we will start from there. So as I said in my introductory things, that is the inaugural session, as a student of political science, we know that the nature of the international relations, that is what international politics, international relations, and the globalization of politics or global politics, that we have already cleared that. The another thing is that after 70s onwards, there is a kind of critique of the basic nature of the discipline of international relations, and that is coming from the post-colonial intellectual or the intellectual exercise that we call as the post-colonial intellectuals. They trying to assert their position in the global arena. Clear? So the structure is that why and what is global international relations. Clear? The first aspect is that. Then again it is Euro-centric discipline, critiques of mainstream IR theories, decolonization of international relations, and the rise of middle powers, global south, India, and the making of global international relations. So these are the basic things that we will discuss in these particular classes. And in that, we will rely upon more the various literature which is already given by the Atul Mishra and also the various writing that we have shared. For example, the Amitav Acharya and some other scholars who have given their write-up on the global international relations. So the objective of this particular lecture is what? It is to analyze the challenges Eurocentric foundation of the traditional IR and also the critics of the mainstream IR theories, explore colonial legacies in the contemporary global politics and promote inclusive approaches to IR, analyze and critique the global power dynamics and thinking IR beyond the West. These are the basic objective of this particular class. See? So that is what the learning methodology, in that the critical analysis of the theoretical text and also the case study that is coming from the global south, that is the Asia, Africa and Latin American nation. And what is post-colonial IR? These are the things that we have already discussed. So this is what the global international relations, that basically questioning the position and the nature, that is the status of the international relations, that is basically is what it is Eurocentric, and also there is a kind of hegemony of the West so far as the epistemology of the concept of global international relations or international relations. So why global IR? That is the traditional IR is Western centric. Various scholars, for example, Amitav Acharya, Barry Bozan in his book, and the various other writers also, they are trying to explain why global IR. So in that, they find that the traditional international relations, and to understand that dynamics of international relations, which is basically what? Which is basically a kind of interactions among the state, but the epistemology, that the knowledge that is coming from, it is talking about that it is universal in nature, global in nature, or international in nature. Clear? But in actual sense, theoretical explanation, the theories that deal with the international relations or the issues of the international relations or the challenges of the international relations, which is whether it is global or not. So far as the practical example or the theories of the international relations is concerned, for example, take the example of the traditional theories, liberalism, idealism, and the various other mainstream IR theories that explain the power dynamics of the state power orientation, power conflict, power management. So these are the concepts which deals with the cooperations among the states. Means the peace is possible, state to state interaction is possible, and the peace can be promoted by the state interaction. So the liberals and the mainstream theory is liberal and the realistic school of thought. But in that you will find that knowledge, as Dr. Atul Mishra is talking about, that knowledge, whether it is coming from the West or the knowledge whether it is coming from the East, it is nothing to do with the discipline, which is right. We are not engaged in a kind of binary of the West and the East. Rather, we are trying to make the international relations as a discipline more comprehensive and more integrative and more universal in nature. Okay? So in that sense, the traditional IR theories or the IR that we are dealing in a practical sense or also in a theoretical sense, that is dominated by the West. Means the knowledge is coming from the West, and the issues that they are dealing with, that is also in the interest of the West only. Clear? Eh? So in that sense, we are questioning that whether the problem, for example, in the political science or international relations. So in a political science, the domain of political science, we also have the specialization of the branch that we call it the comparative politics or also the developmental studies. So in that, in 1950s onwards, in the discipline of political science and also in the discipline of international relations, what we see a kind of behavioralistic approach and also the emergence of the various third world countries after the 1950 onwards. Okay? There are various countries that liberated from the colonial master, earlier colonial master. So the theoretical foundation or the various methodology that the discipline had before that 1940 or 1950s, whatever methods we applied, whatever text and whatever content we had to analyze the discipline of political science, and in particular in international relations also. So that theoretical explanation is not adequate enough to understand or to analyze the various countries of the global south, that is the third world countries, which means that the colonial time, there are certain legacies of the colonial master of the colonial countries. For example, the cultural domination of the West, and also the intellectual domination of the West, and the various other things which is dominated by the Western countries, that is the colonial masters. So after that liberations of these countries, that is the third world countries of the global south, So they have their own peculiar problem of the culture, problem of the dynamics of the peace, and various other aspects of the things. So for that matter, the challenges which are faced by the third world countries or the global south, which was not there in the case of the Western society. So the theories or the methodology that they applied, or the context that, or the text that they had to explain the dynamics of international relations, that were only suitable to the Western society or the Western world. Clear? So in that sense, that third world society, they have their own problem, and the methodology was lacking to explain that sort of things. Okay? So in that way, so the international relations that deals with the universalization or the universal issues, for example, peace, for example, powers, for example, conflict, which is universal in nature, but in a practical sense, it was not including the various issues, the challenges which are faced by the global south or the third world countries. Clear? So for that matter, there are emergence of the various other scholars. They are talking about the conception of global international relations. So which means that the thesis that we're trying to prove is that we are not against the Western contribution of the international relations. Rather, we are also pushing that the international relations as a discipline, they must also include the various issues, the various issues which is there with the global south, and also the contribution that they are giving in the so far as the evolution of the international relation as a discipline is concerned. Clear? So that is what the global IR, that is what marginalization of the global south means, their interest and their aspiration and their challenges, the issues which are faced by the third world society or the global south, that was not included in the discipline of international relation in a theoretical sense or also in a practical sense. Clear? So the aim is what? It is the quotation which is given by Amitabh Acharya, that is the global IR aims to bring the rest in, which means the rest is what? The global south. Clear? So we are not against the Western, rather we are trying to make the discipline more inclusive and more comprehensive in nature, so that the issues of the global south also included in the discipline of international relations as well. What are the core ideas of the global IR? That is pluralistic universalism. Clear? Pluralistic universalism, which means that universalism is what? It is the beyond the West, which means that discipline must be pluralistic in nature. In case of in the sense of epistemology, and also in the case of institutions as well, which that we call it the inclusive multilateralism. Clear? And the historical inclusion, that is what the acknowledge of non-Western contribution to international system before and beyond the Westphalian model, which means that 1648, that is the Westphalia, that is the genesis of the international relations, and in that they must also trying to include that is the global issues of the global south as well. And these are what? The complement, not replacement. That is what that already is done by the Atul Mishra in his lecture also. Reason for the Western IR domination, that Amitabh Acharya in his book, the various, and also that Barry Bozan in his book also written this, what are the reasons that we need to have a global international relations, and what are the reasons that the international relations has been dominated by the West. These are the basic reasons of that, which the first is what? The hegemony of the Western institutions and scholars. Clear? That is what the Western universities, journals, funding bodies dominated IR discourse and theory production. That is already discussed in the Atul Mishra's classes also. And another reasons for the domination of the West is what? The belief in the superiority of the Western IR theories. For example, that is the white man burden theory. West is only knowing that everything. We are not having any sort of capacity to contribute the development of the discipline of international relations. That is what the belief in the superiority of the Western IR theories. Another important reasons for the Western domination is the lack of institutional resources in the global south. That is, again, it is dealt by the Atul Mishra also. That is, the non-Western universities often lacking funding, infrastructure, support, and advanced theoretical work. And in that also, I just like to include is that, so far as for example, the research organization in case of universities and also the think tanks, that they are doing research in the area of international relations, they are also facing certain problems. The problem not only limited to the funding, infrastructure, and the human resources, rather we also do not have access to the various ministry resources also. For example, we are doing research, but we do not have access to the any governmental bodies to have a kind of any documents of that. In addition to that also, the language is another problem. we are doing, for example, we are doing research in West Asia. So we do not have the Arabic knowledge. We are working on certain China or certain other area institutes also, but we do not have the techniques of that kind of knowledge also. So that is the another problem, and because of that, the theoretical explanation of the theories of the international relations in the global south is not properly advanced. Okay, thank you. So the language is another barrier. So these are the basic reasons for the domination of the West so far as the discipline of international relation is concerned. And another reasons for the domination of the West is the policy-oriented research over the theoretical development. For example, as Atul Mishra said that in his class, that the theories are coming from the West only, clear? But in our case, we are also dealing with the research. Clearly, we are also doing research, but our research is more policy-oriented. And also in the case of universities, there is a gap between the governmental institution and also the university-based research that we are doing. So whatever research we are doing, if it is theoretically sound, the government is not going to accept that, because the bureaucratic mindset that they are creating a kind of, they are working as a kind of barriers, that it is not policy-oriented, it is not a practical kind of evidence or any sort of thing. So it is, they are encouraging the policy-oriented kind of thing. So that there is a lack of the theoretical development in the global south is concerned. The another important reasons for the domination of the West in the discipline of international relations is the uncritical acceptance of the Western theories in the global south, which means that whatever theories, as again Atul Mishra is saying, and also we have the evidence of things, if you are doing a good research, but our research is not going to recognize by the Western world. For example, the various research journal, the various books, for example, published by the various good publication house, for example, Routledge and like that sort of thing. So whatever we will deal or we will produce, it is not going to accept by the various journals which is high rank, and also the books which is published by the good publication house. So what is this? And in another way, if our work is published in a good journals, but it is not critically very acclaimed, but we are proud that our journal, my articles is published that in a particular journal and books also. Clear? So it is what, and whatever sources we are getting from the West, we are uncritically accept that. Means we will quote that. For example, take the example any scholars, whatever they will say, we will just refer that particular author, that this statement is given by a particular author who is from US or who is from any other part of the Western world or the America. So the uncritical acceptance, again, it is one of the reasons for the domination of the Western scholars so far as the discipline of international relation is concerned. Okay? And another important reason is what? It is the colonial legacy in the knowledge system. That is what the epistemological problem, which means that whatever knowledge we are deriving from the West, that is considered as a benchmark. Clear? So that is what the colonial legacy, which means that if you speak in English, then he is a good scholar. And if we will speak in Urdu or Hindi or whatever language that we are using, that statement will not consider as a kind of impact statement. But if we speak that in English, that is what? It is fine, it is well enough, it is well accepted. So that kinds of colonial legacy, the methodology that we apply, the content that we apply, the language we had applied, it is suitable to the Western interest. So that is what that colonial legacy is another problem for the domination of the West in the so far as the discipline of international relations is concerned. And what are the dimension of global IR? So the new scholars which is emerged from the global south, or the scholars who are dealing with the subject of global international relations, their ideas is to make the global international, and these are the important characteristics of the global international relations. For example, pluralistic universalism, which means that the universality is there, but it is not in an actual sense, in a practical sense, or in a theoretical sense universal in nature. Clear? Which means that we are talking about inclusive multilateralism. For example, take the example of United Nations as a multilateral organization or the world organization, and also various other institutions, for example, WTO, IMF. These are the institutions which is created by the West. We are not having that for any problem regarding the setup or the establishment of that organization as an international body, but we have problem in the functional aspect of that institution. If you take the example of the functional dimension of the United Nations, it is controlled, that is the United Nations Security Council, it is controlled by the Western world, clear, or the major powers, Britain, maybe United States of America, sometimes China and sometimes not, and Russia sometime and sometime not. So that pluralistic universalism that required the contribution of the global south, that is the middle power, just to make that sort of institution more universal and more inclusive in nature. Clear? That is what we call as the pluralistic universalism, and that is the one of the important dimension of the global IR. Clear? The another characteristic is what? Grounded in global history, not just Western narrative. As the Atul Mishra sir, he is also giving a lot of references that that terminology of global international relations or international law or any sort of global oriented kind of thing, that is what it is given by the West, and also that grounded global history, that the global south countries is also contributing so far as the development of the international relations or international law is concerned. Clear? So that is another important thing, with another important characteristics of the global south. Another important characteristics of the global south is what? Integrate mainstream IR and urging the expanding the scope of the international relations, which means that integrated mainstream is that what for example, take the example of the various approaches to understand international relations, liberal, international, whatever. So in that power dynamics, that interaction, that not only given importance to the Western world, rather it also gave a certain kind of values and certain kind of space to the global south or the developing societies as well. Another important contribution or characteristics of the global international relation is what? It is the center, regional and emergence of regionalism. For example, BRICS, for example, G20, for example, SCO, the various organizations is there that give space to the global south also. Clear? That is what I'm just concluding the things, because the things is also already done by the previous scholars also. Whatever we have discussed, the conclusion of the discussion is that the international relations in a theoretical explanation and also in a methodological explanation, that is largely controlled by the Western scholars or the Western contributors, and that gives benefit or that gives only space to the Western interests and the Western nations only. So the post-colonial thinkers or the post-colonial scholars, because of the rise of the various emerging powers, for example, India, for example, China, and also various other global south countries, now because of their presence, the scholars is trying to expand the boundaries of the international relations, and they're trying to make the discipline more globally oriented, that we call as the global international relations. Clear? Clear? The another dimension, just I'm making it short, the another dimension of the topic is the topic is India and the making of the international relations, that the Indian contribution in the making of the global international relations. So in that perspective, a lot of things, lot of references is given by Atul Mishra. These are the important writers. They have given their contribution so far as the Indian contribution in the making of global international relations. And in that sense, so far as the history is concerned, the various historical references already given by Atul Mishra. Some of the writers who is given their Indian contribution in the making of the global international relations is what? The Beni Kumar Sarkar, M.N. Chatterjee, and some other scholars also. For example, that Atul Acharya is given in his lecture about the Indian contribution so far as the development of the international law is concerned, and also the historical explanation that, for example, non-alignment movement, how it contributed in the development of the evolution of the international relations, and how India and the other global south countries actually contributing to the international relations that make international relations more globally oriented. So in that context, we have that Beni Kumar Sarkar, M.N. Chatterjee, and also the another important thinkers, for example, whatever their contribution, they are giving references to the imperialism and also the global dialogues. The Indian thinkers in the earlier or in the past, their contribution is what? They are focusing on the anti-imperialism, means the non-Western contribution or their subjugation or the domination of the West in the third world society, and also their dialogue in the international system. For example, anti-colonial values and some other things kind of thing. Another important intellectual network, South Asian scholars were globally connected, means these writers is also giving that. The another important contribution or that we have, that is what the establishment of IPSA and also Indian Council of World Affairs, and later on there are various other think tanks or the institution which is set up by the Indian government to look at or to explain the basic nature of Indian IR, means the Indian contribution, Indian issues related to the international relations or foreign policy of India. These are the important things which is given. And another important contribution which is given by Nonita Chadda Behra and the major writing, in the writings, the major focus of the Nonita Chadda Behra is what? It is the critics of Western centric IR. So she is also talking about the Indian contribution so far as the making of the global international relation. So Behra argues that the mainstream IR theory, especially realism and liberalism and constructivism, fails to have many political realities in the non-extant society like India. So that is the another important contribution of that. And again, the Behra is also promoting that decolonization of IR, and also she is talking about the Indian IR. Another important scholars, that is the again, other than that Behra, is that is the Atul Mishra and also that Mallapuram, Siddharth Mallapuram. See, he also talking about the Indian contribution so far as the international relation is concerned. In summary, that is what the historical contribution, Sarkar and other, and also in 1947, Benny Kumar, other, they are also contributing in that. And the ideas that India has to contribute into the international relation is that the Gandhian conception of peace, ahimsa, and also the tolerance, anti-colonialism idea. So these are the important contributions which is given by the Indian scholars that can contribute so far as the theories to explain the various challenges and the issues that the India can contribute so far as to make the international relations more globally oriented. In addition to that, for example, non-alignment movement, Bendin Conference, we are going to celebrate 70 years of the Bendin Conference. So in that, India has also contributed in that. In the G20 summit also, India is also talking about the global south, or India emerged as a voice of the global south. So these are the important contribution which is given by the Indian scholars, or that is coming from the Indian scholars to make the international relations more globally oriented, and also they are focusing on the contribution which is given by the Indian scholars in the evolution of international relations. The key themes of Indian IR, these are the normative values that talks about what? That talks about the human development, strategic autonomy, ethical diplomacy, and also these are the important issues that are the Indian scholars is actually given so far as the contribution of the India, so far as the evolution of Indian IR is concerned. So these are the Indian vision for the global south, is that the voice of equity in the global forum, for example, United Nations, WTO, BRICS, G20, push for multilateralism and democratization of the global institution that we call as inclusive multilateralism. The another important vision is that the strategic autonomy to resist great power dominations, for example, global north and the China-led blocks. Clear? The learning outcome, that whatever we have discussed, it is what? By the end of the course, with these classes and the course, we will able to learn that, to understand the colonial legacies in IR, identify the power structure embedded in the global politics, how it is controlled by the West, and also the critique of mainstream IR theories, and advocate for the inclusive, just international governance. That is the important issues that we need to deal with the conception of India and its contribution to make the international relations more globally oriented. That is what we call as the global international relations. Thank you very much. And it is more a kind of interactive class. It's not a detailed kind of classes or class. Rather, the Atul Mishra has already dealt with all the things related to that particular topic. So it is more a kind of interaction. So if you have any things to share with me, then the house is open to do so. For example, sir, he's also my colleague, senior colleagues. So kindly share some thought. Any issues which is open. The basic is what? Global international relations and the Indian contribution to global international relations. So these are the scholars, they have done their research so far as to make the subject more globally oriented. Clear? Any question?
Anything related with the Atul Mishra's session?
We can discuss that also.
You can actually put forth and then we can have discussion. If you disagree, then why you disagree? If you have agreement, right? If you want to have discussion, so we can have. How much time?
Any time, 10 to 15 minutes. That we have time enough. Problem. We have enough time. After that, there's a no class. I know this is the first day, and deliberately I put my class in the first day. The reason is I am also tired and you are also tired.
Sir, I don't have any question, but I want some clarification regarding the conclusion.
Regarding the?
Regarding the conclusion that we have drawn.
What conclusion?
As Atul Mishra has rightly argued at the end of the lecture that the Western and non-Western binary is tenable. That means we can draw a conclusion here that there need to be a genuine dialogue between different traditions and different cultures and discourses. So we don't need to basically reverse the hegemonization. For example, if there is hegemonization from the Western end, from the Western theory, we don't need to reverse that hegemonizing project. So we need to basically do a genuine, dialogue between traditions.
The West and the East.
Yeah, yeah.
In my inaugural session remarks and also in the class, and Atul Mishra is also rightly saying it, and we are not also different in the opinion of that. What I am saying that we are talking about global international relations. We are not talking about non-Western international relations. There are two different kind of terminology that we are using to explain that sort of things. Clear? So once we say the non-Western IR, which means that we are not accepting the Western contribution so far as the development of the international relation is concerned. Clear? International relation is international relation. Clear? International relation is the state interaction with the rest in the nation-state system. Clear? But that state behavior, which means that in international relations, what we are dealing with the state behavior once the state or when the state or while the state is interacting with the others. Clear? So in doing so, whatever theories that we have to explain that sort of state behavior, in that what we see a kind of Western domination. Clear? So if he talks about power, the third world society, they do not have power. They have to be in the framework of the power which is created by the West. Clear? And the problem which is faced by the third world society or the global south, which is different. For example, the religion, for example, culture, which is more important for us rather for other materialistic aspect. Clear? So in that sense, whatever things we are affected by, it is not included in the theories which is given by the earlier thinkers to explain the international relations. Clear? So if we say that the non-Western IR, which means that whatever problem they are facing, whatever issues they have, we are also not going to accept that. So that creates a binary. So we are talking about non-Western, not non-Western IR, rather we are talking about global international relation, which is more comprehensive and more inclusive in nature. Clear? So if there is a dialogue, for example, Amitabh Acharya, he is from India and he is working there in the United States of America. But Barry Buzan, he is the American, but dealing with the global IR or the global South. So the epistemology or the idea which is coming from the West or the East, we have nothing to do in that. Rather, we are accepting that means the issue is important, whether that issue is universal in nature or not. That is what the global international relations. So we are not talking about non-Western IR, rather we are talking about global international relations. So there is no any sort of or any types of conflict will arise. Rather there will be a kind of dialogue or more inclusive and more universal, more pluralistic will be the nature of the discipline of international relations. I thought we have done.
Sir, there is a doctrine of manyness of reality given by Gandhiji. Doctrine of manyness of reality. So according to Gandhi, whenever we say that we know the reality, he say that it's not truth because you know a part of reality. आपको सिर्फ एक part पता है, not the entire reality. And in order to understand the entire reality, you need to come together. So I believe international relation, the theories that we have, liberalism, critical theory, Marxism, they are telling us the part of reality which we're not aware of.
I'm also not giving them much of the detail because of the mood of the class,
right,
and also my tiredness.
Right.
Because the critical theory of Frankfurt School, dependency theory, we are not touch upon that.
So they are trying to explain certain part of the reality which we want to understand, we are interested in.
Yes.
So I am trying to understand here what we are trying to say. Are we saying that we need more sort of theories, explanation करने के लिए जो चीजें अभी नहीं हुई हैं, or we are trying to make a grand theory where we don't need these theories? alternate theories, because there is a book called General Theory of International Relation. So are we trying to motivate different scholars to come up with different theories जो एक reality का और part बताएं जो अभी तक explore नहीं हुआ है, और we are trying to understand or make a grand theory जिसमें ये ज़रूरत नहीं है.
What's the objective of the course? Inclusion, more pluralistic. कोई और बताइए. जरूरी नहीं कि मेरी क्लास से बताएं. Anything you can discuss related to IR. Not the repeated question. Give other chance also.
So there are two ways to understand universalization, universality of anything. One is to develop a grand theory, and the problem with that development of grand theory is that it essentializes something, it essentializes cultures. But another way to understand universalization is that we have different particularities, and we need to basically do a genuine dialoguing between those different particularities. So this is the other way of understanding universality. So how do post-colonial scholars, this post-colonialism, understand universality in general?
Yes.
What is their way of understanding this universality, universal project?
The universe, the post-colonial thinkers, they are talking about what? They are talking about that the any discipline, any knowledge that we have, they are actually controlled by the West, it is given by the West, and it is in the interest of the West. The post-colonial thinkers think that our culture, our institution, economic institution, political institution, governance system, in that the root is what? It is the colonial history and the colonial legacy. Okay? So in that way, it gives favor to the West, and they are not actually dealing with the issues which are related to the global South or the colonial countries, for example, India and some other countries. So their argument is that there must be a kind of scholarship in that they not only giving the interest of serve the interest of the West, rather they also challenge the Western centric domination of the knowledge and the contribution and the ideas that we have in the case of global South, that is the developing state. Their contribution must be acknowledged. For example, take the example of India. We have what? We have the Vedic conception. We also have what? The Gandhian principles. We have the Nehruvian contribution. So that contribution is not actually accepted by the base journal, base book, or the theoretical explanation. So the post-colonial thinkers is talking about that. Clear? Basan, clear?
Thank you.
आप सर कुछ contribute कीजिए. Just helping me to. Any other questions from that participant?
That's a very.
He is also my colleagues in AMU.
Wonderful session. Atul sir and sir has also discussed about some kinds of, you can say rather a curiosity or some observations that is there in my mind that was running throughout the sessions. Especially when the term that comes at the platform, at the mental platform, that must have some epistemic connections also. Actually, when we discussed about the theory and its root with the ontological experiences that limited the whole domain or the canvas of the knowledge as a product in terms of universalizing appeal. Just like as an ontological production of knowledge, even in terms of international relations or as a discipline, as if we reject the career or agencies, as suppose there is no actors or the no power domains or the no binaries or the no institutional setup. So in that setup, how that ontology or experiences of the state can only be become the basis of the theorizations that may have the larger universalization appeal for as academic discourse that can be put off. How that ontological experiences, if there would not be the epistemic connections in knowledge traditions, the connectivity with the knowledge traditions, one thing. And another elements that global South, global North, or some may have the geographical connotations about that global South perspective and others. Even in the discipline, the problem of that international discipline as it is, that is coming with the power itself. That is not beyond that international actors or that cannot be in absentia of the state as actors or international or the nation state as an actors. So whether we can imagine in that sense. Another thing is about the traditions of the southern traditions. Suppose there is some events that is locally occurred, yeah, something that is written in a context that may have the limited, whether or some that the quotations that is developed by the Atul Mishra in previous lecture, that there's some in historical time where the time has not been compressed over the space. In that sense, how these limited contextualizations can be a basis of larger theorization appeal. That is the my observation that is continuously running in my mind.
Sir.
Yeah, no, I mean, since Atul started speaking, uh, the initial part, the ontology of the discipline, we couldn't agree more. But the later part becomes more unsettling in the sense that when he says Western and non-Western, kind of categorization is untenable. To some extent, when we are giving certain kind of fodder to the very hegemonic setup of knowledge production by saying that the discipline called international relations is universal and it is the fault of the practitioners that the international relations discipline is getting a bad name, right? Can we detach wholly from the, say, umbilical cord of the practice? Can we also say that the very practice of international discipline also shapes the discipline of international relations?
Practice.
Yeah, the practice. I mean, it's not like the one-way kind of channel where those practitioners are only trained about discipline and then they're practicing, but it is not going other way around, right? So if that is possibility, then the much of the examples in the canons of international relations, they are the local experience of the Western powers, right? And our students, say in the global South, if we can put it that way, they are more informed about the experience of the, say, Europe and West than the experience of
It's off. Any other?
Indonesia, then we are much aware about the Westphalia system and the Treaty of Utrecht or what led to World War I and II, right? So I mean, my formulation would be that why we are detaching the practitioner part from the very discipline.
Theoretical part. Theoretical part. Yeah, you're right. But I need to respond that, or it's your observation? It's just a kind of observation. So the hidden part of any discipline, for example, the discipline that we are dealing, for example, political science or international relations, that power dynamics is very important. See? So the power itself is what? Itself is a concept, itself is a means and end also. So the players that deals with the power orientations, whosoever have the access to the apparatus of the power, they are actually controlling that, and through that way they are also capturing the knowledge system also. See? So knowledge sometimes you can it's become power, knowledge power nexus like so. So in that sense, for example, we do not have access and we do not have knowledge or do not have information related to the things which is happening in any part of the global south. So that is also a problematic in nature, and Professor is also very good pointed out that the problem that we are facing so far as the practice and the theoretical dimension of the international relation is concerned. It's a good comment, and it's also a kind of best solutions to deal with the subject of the international relations. Any other things? Probably we are all tired, and it is also, for example, time is We have crossed 4 probably. So
Just one query.
yes, yes, yes.
As you
Whether we
already,
are free,
yeah.
if you have tiredness, then we can stop here. Otherwise, we can continue the classes. But his recording is going on.
Okay.
Yes,
It is
fine.
just query that.
It's not a query.
Yeah,
She is
it's a
also my
kind
colleague
of.
in the department itself.
Okay.
Yes,
As you
yes,
already
yes, yes, yes.
said that knowledge itself is a product of power.
Yes,
You
yes.
already said that. And we see that we have already seen a similar kind of a project if we look at Adver Said and the way he was thinking about coming out of Orientalism in terms of knowledge, developing a non-Western perspective altogether.
Yes.
Is this what global international relation is going to do? And the thing is that where like all the time we are talking about that yes, India or the global south it was actually pushing Euro-centrism as the work of Atul Mishra has already shown to us. So what I am wondering here is that so all of these are correct and have their places, but where Indian political theory of international relation is, we are first of all not much aware of India's ancient international relations. On the other hand, we are not having any kind of a insertion into the hegemonic international relation theory in the present time. So for instance, we are talking about globalization and we keep on talking of globalization all the time, but we are not able to see the presence of India's concept of Vasundharev Kutumbakam
Yes,
at
yes.
the international theory. So that's my query.
It's not a query, rather it's also a kind of observation. The one thing that emerged from the discussion, which is given by Aisha ma'am, is that the Indian contribution, I just forget that the Kautilya contribution of the Mandela theory international relations, that is also, from there, I just trying to respond your observation is that we have the knowledge, we have the study material, that is the subject knowledge, but we are not able to theorize that. And these are the questions that deals with that was dealt by the Siddharth Mallapuram and also that Navnita Chaddabera and also that Amitabh Acharya, which means that we have the various content, but we do not have the advanced methodology to make that content to convert that into theorization, number one. Number two, the acceptance by the West. Means these theories are there, for example, Sarkar and other scholars here, they have contributed in the discipline of international relations, but their contribution is not well recognized by the West, which means that they consider whatever knowledge which is coming from the global south, it do not have the theoretical soundness, and also it is not there to resolve the international problem. That is the thinking that is coming that is received as it is by the Western scholars. And the scholars coming from the East, they are saying that they also having the lack of some confidence and also the theoretical maturity so far as in the research, and also certain other problems that we are discussing in our lectures also. So that is the problem from the south and also problem from the west. That is the hegemony in that. Any other questions? Right? It's fine? It's okay? Fine? Okay. One question from, no question, just comment. Yes. Same? That is what I said, not the power and the interest. Interest is the driving force in international relations. It is the basis of that. For example, take the example R2P. For example, humanitarian intervention. For example, genocide. For example, democracy. So these ideas, the novel ideas which is given by the West, and also the globalization is the best idea to replace what? To replace the colonialism. Means there is a subjugation, economic subjugation, but they are explaining in that way the globalization is best for all. That is what the way to subjugate by the West to the East. That is the political dimension and also the interest oriented dimension of the international relation. That is the basis of that. Clear? Koi sawal? So it is now off of the day one. And I hope it's engaging things. Atul Mishra and other scholars have engaged you. And from day tomorrow, the classes will begin at 10 p.m. and the schedule is already shared with you. Any problem, if you have, I am here, and also the 2 or 3 people also. Whatever problem if you have, you just call them and they will try to resolve it. Clear hai? Feel like home, particularly those students who are coming from outside of AMU. Clear hai? So enjoy the 5-day stay here and also engage your mind so far as that particular topic, that is the post-colonialism and international relation is concerned. Thank you very much, your patience and everything. And tomorrow we will also give some certain feedback forms also. Clear? Thank you very much. End of the class. ऑफ हो गया। एक चीज़ और आप लोग बता दें, थोड़ा बहुत ऐसा हो सकता है जब लाइव चले ना, लाइव